like people who couldn't, and also the fees to come into the country from certain countries, which precluded some folks from coming to participate in the World Cup, and public benefit restrictions. Setting the government did strict benefit eligibilities that block immigrant families from accessing certain health, nutrition, or taxpayer subsidized assistance of other natures. So, I didn't say this to muddy the waters, just to suggest that this administration clearly, and I think it was a big part of his support in getting elected, clearly has what people would, I think it's fair to declare them, anti-immigrant policies. Some people would say, Gary, that's not fair. It's anti-illegal immigration policies. And I guess that's an argument that can be made as well. So, two rulings, the asylum seeking at the border and the temporary protected status, which affects currently Haitians and Syrians under the TPS program, but undoubtedly, now that the Supreme Court has thusly ruled, will be expanded to others who the administration declares to be from undesirable nations. And we know from the president's rhetoric that's a fair characterization. In fact, it's far less emotive, the way I just characterized it, than the president himself has by calling some of the nations that people come from shitholes, and he's talked about if people from these horrible nations come to the United States, and the United States will become like those horrible nations, because from his perspective, it's the people that cause the problem, not the governments or the systems or the economics or the war or the politics of those countries. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm just saying that that's his view of it, which does not align with the view of other people, of course, in this great nation of diversity and differing opinions that we have. So with that relatively brief introduction, but still jam-packed with information in such a short amount of time, I might say, I will now turn it over to you. I will start calling people in the order in which I see them, and today that order begins with Scott, followed by Marshall.
Well, Gary, I don't know that I have a lot to say that's not covered in your beautiful salvo and whatnot. I think a couple things. Actually, Gary, can you come back to me because my microphone stand just broke?
Oh my God! But if you were working where I work and your microphone stand broke, you would have to find a way to stay on the air.
Yeah, I know. It didn't break, but I have to re-screw it in. So why don't you go to Marshall and come back to me?
All right.
I'm going to screw this
in.
in.
I'm going to have to teach you how to keep on keeping on.
Exactly. It's a little heavy. It's a little heavy. I need to do more curls.
We have had people on the air reading an hour's worth of news from the screen, and suddenly the screen, everything on the screen disappears. They have nothing in front of them, and yet they, pardon me to use this term, but I think it's appropriate now since we are segueing to the next caller, they marshal on. Marshall, back to Scott after my...
Hey, Gary. I don't have a ton to say. The decisions kind of speak for themselves. Temporary means temporary, so there's been when the executive chooses at the executive's discretion. I was talking to my little brother because his girlfriend works on the immigration committee in the House. And he says the one where they arrived in the country before they arrived in the country is silly nonsense because it doesn't make a ton of sense. But the TPS decisions are pretty clear and it's not renewable. Everyone seems to be a little bit mad about it, which I guess is a good thing because not everybody got what they wanted. But those are my essential two takes on it. Temporary means temporary. And it's a little silly to say that you've arrived in the country when you're on the other side of the border.
So I think there are two aspects to this, and I almost anticipated what you were going to say because we have discussed this in the past. So on one hand, there are the legalities of it. It is temporary protected service status, and people, you are correct, should not anticipate that if they are brought into the country under the TPS, that guarantees that they can stay here forever. That's right. It is temporary. It's called temporary. And, you know, what about...
I think there's a piece to be added to this, which you just said, which is that if we want it to be permanent, then it's the purview of Congress to act, not the purview of the executive, at least as I understand it.
Okay, but to continue my question to you before you answer it. So there's that. There's a temporary status to it. But the other question is, why does it have to be temporary? In other words, if a person is in danger and you say, here, we're going to pull you out of the water, so to speak, and bring you onto the boat so that you don't drown. But it's only temporary. Why does it have to stay temporary? Why cannot the government at its discretion allow the people to stay? Why did we allow them into the country in the first place to avoid whatever danger that surrounds them in their home countries, whether it's Syria or Haiti or another country? And then the situation in those countries hasn't improved, and then say, well, now you got to go back. So on the one hand, the law does say that it's temporary, but why can't, I think a lot of people feel this, why can't we just allow them to stay? A lot of these folks are in the country, they participate in the country. Okay, some of them eat dogs in Ohio. I'm saying that obviously facetiously. The people in that town say that the Haitians in that community are welcome. They're not degrading the community, they enhance the community. If that's the case, they're not a problem, but they're an enhancement to our society. Why would we logically, notwithstanding, of course, what the law says and the right to send them back, but why would we send them back?
So two answers. One is my parliamentarian answer. I've been a parliamentarian in my local Republican group for a very long time. Those who aren't aware, parliamentarians are people like enforce meeting rules. We make sure people don't throw chairs at each other for a really simple explanation in meetings, that it doesn't get to a screaming at you match. That's not what the rules say. That's just not what the rules say. The rule says temporary. If we want it to be permanent, Congress needs to make a rule. Until Congress makes a rule, it's temporary and at the discretion of the executive. And if the executive grows a wild hair up their behind, they have that right. If we want it to be permanent as a country, we need to make it permanent. We need to not take a law that was meant to be temporary and turn it into something permanent, because that's never what it was meant to be. The other piece to this, which is, I think, a little less important, is essentially, hold on a second. So temporary is temporary, right? And you can't do much about that. And if we want to change the rules, we need to change the law. The law is what allows us to do that. The other piece to this is, at least I think, if I can remember it correctly, oh gosh. No, the second piece must not have been important. The first piece is the most important piece. The rules don't say that. And the discretion is not meant to do that. The discretion is meant to provide temporary injunctive relief. It's never been meant to provide permanent injunctive relief. And if we want our laws to say that, then we need to make our laws say that. Up until that point, it is temporary and it remains temporary. And it doesn't matter what we feel about these people. It doesn't matter how much I like them. It doesn't matter how much I want them to stay. All that matters is that it reads temporary. And so the executive, at their discretion, can revoke it whenever they want. And if we don't want the executive to have that discretion, then we need to pass a new law that makes it so that we cannot revoke the status. Up until then, they are subject to the whims of the executive, which is exactly why we should be making laws through Congress, not through the executive. Because if the executive's discretion, it's up to the whim of whoever is president. And we don't want things up to the whim of the executive. We want things to be predictable. Makes sense. I think that's the most pertinent answer to your question. And that's my parliamentarian hat on. The rules don't say what we want them to say, and we can't refix them to make them say that, because they don't. A plain reading of the statute means that it is only ever temporary. So yes, we did put you under the boat from drowning, but we are going to chunk you off again until we have a law that says we're not going to. Up until that point, you get to catch your breath, and then we chunk you back in. Oh, that's the other thing. My dad said this on the radio one time. If we are to allow the idea that one is in danger because of gang violence, even if it's sponsored by American Drug Demand, collapse society, a food insecurity issue, a gang issue, well, that's the majority of the third world. That's not a good enough rationale to let people into the country. It just isn't. So the second one is an opinion. The first one is a judgment based on what the rules say. I think the first one is the most important one. The rules don't say what we want them to say. As a consequence, we have to follow the rules the way they say. I'll give you an example. Minors under Section 1823 of the United States Code for illegal immigration are not granted any sort of, hey, you're a minor, you can't make a decision. What the law says is if you come in violation of immigration law, you are subject to deportation, period. So as much as I want to protect those minors, as much as those minors would never be judged on their own in the United States court, that's not what the law actually says. And we are a nation of rules and laws, and that means we have to follow our rules and laws even when they're inconvenient, even when they throw people back into water full of sharks because we didn't bother to pass the right rules to fix that problem in the first place. And if we are worried about this because of what it means for these people, then we need to be mad at Congress, not the executive.
Let me try asking this another way based on your response, and then we'll move on to the next caller. If the law now, as you just described it, leaves it to the discretion of the executive whether to send people back or not. Let me fix Scott's microphone here. Then why is it necessary for the executive using his discretionary power to send them back? In other words, couldn't he decide, use his discretionary power to not send him back and still be in compliance with the law? The question is, why is it so important to send these people back into harm's way? Why?
Because the law reads temporary. The law doesn't read permanent. It doesn't read, okay, we bring them in on a temporary status, and then I feel really bad for them, and then I think they're going to be killed if I send them back to their home country. That's not what the rules read. The rules read that it's temporary. And until we change the rules, we have to abide by the rules, period. Not like, I hate to be that harsh, but that's a parliamentarian's answer to the problem. The answer in a parliamentary setting is the rules say what they say. If you don't like what the rules say, change the rules. But up to the point the rules are changed, you must abide by them, period. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter whether you feel bad for the people. It doesn't even matter whether they'll die. All that matters is that it reads temporary, and it reads at the discretion. That's what matters. We can't take a law that was intended by Congress in its writing to only ever be meant for temporary injunctive relief and make it permanent because if we send them back, they'll die. Again, if we take people from the third world like that, we're taking most people from the third world because that's the status of the third world. It's unsafe. It's filled with gangs. It's filled with drug demand. It's filled with violence. It's filled with poverty and food insecurity. And as much as I, as a Christian, feel bad for that, the rules answer is the rules say what they say. And you can't change that no matter what you feel in your heart. Because it's not a question about what's in your heart. It's a question about what the rules say. And if we're committed, which I think you can make a serious argument that the Trump administration is not committed seriously to the rule of law, that if you argue that you are committed to the rule of law, then you have no other option but to see it as temporary.
Well, that's not true. You used the term discretion. You said it's the discretion of
the discretion of the executive, yes. And I suppose if you meant to violate Congress's intent, you could make it permanent. But it was never meant to be permanent. It's the reason it reads temporary. It's momentary. And again, if we are to accept everybody who has a gang problem or a violence problem or a food insecurity problem or I'm not going to be alive because people don't like me problem, then we accept the majority of the third world into our country. And while I'm happy to have most of those people, because I'm sure they're great people, that's not a good enough rationale to let people in. It also would mean we'd be letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the entire world. And that's not acceptable either.
Well, nobody's talking about letting everybody in. We're talking about the people who have been allowed.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is to qualify for TPS, it's not like qualifying for asylum and refugee status. Asylum and refugee status depend on political and religious persecution. Temporary protected status depends upon the environment in which you're in. So while I would prefer that the discretion of the executive be used to only send them back when they're safe, that's not how the law reads. It's at the discretion, which means if you have somebody like Biden, surely they could stretch it out into something that Congress never intended. But you could also have Trump, who shortens it to something Congress never intended, right? There's got to be a Goldilocks zone somewhere in there. But the rules are the rules are the rules. And no matter how we feel about these people, if it's a question of rules, then you have to follow them.
Well, if it's a question of rules, and you're arguing the intent of the Congress is that they could only stay here for a finite period of time.
Yes, because the statute wouldn't have read temporary otherwise.
Can I ask a question? You always jump on my question. You are hurting yourself because you're not giving yourself the opportunity to respond to what I'm asking you. So if that in fact is the intent of the Congress, why did they allow the loopholes, so to speak? Because the rules also allow for the president to indefinitely renew TPS. A president can repeatedly renew a country's TPS designation for decades if the president feels that the country remains unsafe. And by the way, even if the TPS is terminated, a president can use deferred enforcement departure, DED, orders, which doesn't grant a legal status, but it orders the immigration authorities to administratively delay deportations for a specific group of people. So if the rules are the rules are the rules, and the rules allow for what you acknowledge are the discretionary, is the discretion of the executive, my initial question to you is not what does the TPS say? The question I have for you is why should they not be allowed to stay if, in fact, under the law, the president has the right to decree that they stay? Why is it so important to deport them?
Because it reads temporary, not permanent.
Okay. Same response. That's a fair response.
If the personality of the executive is to be more forgiving, well then guess what? You get a more forgiving version of TPS. If the personality of the executive
I understand that, Marshall, but again, and this happens with you and me a lot, and I don't know why. In my opinion, we are not communicating, because I'm asking you one thing and you're responding with another, and I'm just trying to find out in your mind, beyond what your interpretation of the law is and your interpretation of the rules, why is it necessary for the president to enact this order? Why? That's all I'm asking, is why is it necessary? You're responding, well, the law says this. But I want to know, why is the president in your mind?
Because his personality says he doesn't want to allow anymore.
So it's his personality, not good policy for the nation necessarily.
Yes, and that's the problem with the status. That's the problem in the first place. It depends on the personality of the person in the office. If you have somebody like Joe Biden, the personality is not to do that. If you have somebody like Donald Trump, the personality is to do that. And the only way to stop that is to have Congress make a law that takes the discretion away.
I get that, Marshall, and I'm not arguing that point with you. I'm trying to understand the justification, not the personality.
The justification is because he can. Because the statute says he can. He doesn't need a greater justification other than that. He doesn't need to have a better reason. Because he can. That's the reason.
Okay, thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Scott, followed by Alan. I'm not sure my questions were answered, but I can say that Marshall did fully articulate his position on it nonetheless. Scott.
Well, Gary, my stand is fixed. My boom arm is
If your
booming.
stand is fixed, Scott, then you must take a stand.
Exactly. Yeah, look, I mean, I think on one level, right, elections have consequences, and this is the consequence of the 2024 election. I mean, the number two issue, according to most exit polls, was immigration. Number one was the economy, which most people, I think, rightly interpret as prices and inflation, not necessarily their 401ks and things like that, but the economic turmoil people felt at the kitchen table. Yeah, so I think, I mean, largely, I mean, I don't know that I have, I mean, that was an interesting exchange you and Marshall had. It's interesting that in the past, this idea of arrival, right, is interesting, right? I think Alito said that if someone's at your front door, they haven't entered your home, right? And so this understanding of what arrival in the country means, and you know, Trump took this idea of arriving quite literally, with the idea that if you're at a point of entry on the other side of the border, that's not arriving in. Obama and Biden, by the way, those administrations also stopped asylum seekers at points, but not to this degree that Trump is. And they read the law with a little more flexibility, it seems. So here's a Washington Post article I just wanted to read from for a second. I'm trying to figure out who wrote this. Let me look at who wrote this. This is by Amber Phillips. This is her analysis. And Amber Phillips said that a group of migrants suing say they had a right to apply for asylum even if they were blocked by border agents from physically reaching U.S. soil. The conservatives on the court agreed with the Trump administration's literal reading of the law, while the liberals dissented, saying it ignores the history and context of the country's asylum laws, which were set up in the wake of the United States turning away some Jewish migrants escaping the Holocaust. The majority had strong arguments in terms of the plain meaning of the law, said Amanda Frost, an immigration law expert at the University of Virginia School of Law. But the dissent said, well, yeah, but look at history. Look at all the context of why we grant asylum, and those are strong arguments too. That's I think what it gets down to on some level, right? We get down to this sense of literal reading of text versus contextual readings, and I mean, I understand my friend Marshall saying, well, this is what the law says, this is what the law says. But Gary, I appreciate your question, or your questioning. It doesn't really hurt. I mean, why the urgency to get these people out now, right? Is it just slavish interpretation of the law? We have discretionary application of the law all the time, right? And this is part of why we do elect people. We elect people for judgment and discretion. And I mean, I hear what Marshall's saying, let's get all judgment and discretion out, or as much as we can by making the rule legislatively, which, on some level, look, that would, I'm sympathetic to Marshall's point.
It's not so much that, it's that if it's left to the executive, it's arbitrary. And stuff like that shouldn't be arbitrary.
Yeah, well, I think on one level, I am sympathetic in that. I think one of the problems we have currently with the anemic, nature of the legislative branch is that we do govern by. I mean, we're governed largely by courts and executive orders, and then what happens is, of course, what's the first thing now every 4 years that happens? And the first day of the term, of course, we see the president undoing all these executive orders, signing new ones and undoing executive orders, right? That's the big thing on day one of the administration, and that's probably excessive. But on some level, so what sometimes if it's left to discretion, right? I mean, on some level, that's what we elect executives for, right? Discretion and judgment. So I do wonder what's the urgency. I'm sympathetic to Gary's question. The other thing is practically at a big picture level. I mean, I know the Trump administration wants to limit immigration, legal and illegal. I mean, I think it's both forms that the administration wants to limit. What will we do economically? There's only one country in the West that has a replacement birth rate. One in the industrialized, modern world. That's Israel. And I think some of that is largely because of the amount of kids the Orthodox have. But basically, we don't have a replacement birth rate, right? And when we don't have a replacement birth rate, how are you going to get the tax base to fund retirements and Medicare and things like this? How will we be functional? So, I mean, that's the question ultimately we have to answer. How will we economically survive if we don't have enough people to make the economy function? And I think we, along with lots of Western nations, are in this problem. Once you get affluent, your birth rate goes down. So, in a big picture question, if we limit immigration too severely, how will we function and pay our bills? Those are my questions. Thanks.
Well, it's interesting that you started with talking about the economy was really the first and immigration the second issue that got Donald Trump elected. And then you come back to the question of the economy and the birth rate. Because I recall the argument being made by the president where he suggested that the immigrants here in the United States are taking jobs away from American citizens. In other words, he took the first issue and he married it to the second. And I just was wondering your thoughts about that. I mean, is it maybe better for the American people to remove immigrants by whatever means possible from our country because they're taking good paying jobs away from American citizens, as the president has argued?
Well, look, I mean, I don't think that's the case. I mean, we've seen over the first year of the administration, some massive and aggressive deportations, of course, the aggressive actions of ICE, which most Americans weren't sympathetic to, but weren't supportive of. But, remember the stories we were talking about when ICE was most aggressive, where in places like in California, crops were dying on the vine, that there were problems, that the deportations didn't suddenly mean Americans were doing all these jobs, right? I mean, I think natural-born citizens. I don't think that's a one-to-one correlation, right? I think there are a lot of jobs Americans just don't want to do and are unwilling, unable to do. And so, no, I don't think what's going to happen is that all of a sudden the deportations are going to create all these American jobs. I don't think that's happening at all, any more than the tariffs are creating this massive manufacturing surge in the country. It's just not happening.
According to Fortune magazine, no empirical economic data and academic studies indicate mass deportations have created jobs for American workers. Instead, according to Fortune magazine, they have reduced overall employment and cost U.S.-born citizens jobs. Now that sounds kind of counterintuitive. Here's what Fortune says. While the Trump administration has argued that deportation protect native-born workers by freeing up positions, major economic research reveals a different reality. A University of Colorado Boulder study found that enforcement actions actually reduced employment for male American-born workers without a college degree by 1.3% across key industries. Similarly, a Brookings Institution report calculated that ICE operations have cost the United States economy over 668,000 jobs, up to 297,000 of which were held by U.S.-born workers. Now, this sounds farcical. This sounds, as I said, counterintuitive, but that's what the studies show as reported by Fortune. And by the way, I just looked this up based on your comments. I didn't come loaded with that today, Scott, and had it revealed otherwise, I would have read that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's completely counterintuitive, right? In that if the deportations cause an economic depressive move, right? If companies are less functional, have less revenue because they have less employees because they're less viable, and these things. I mean, I can see how that costs jobs and things, right? It's a sort of meta economic trend, right? That this move of the mass deportations has a deleterious effect on the economy, right? Which when the economy slows, you do lose jobs and things like that. It makes some sense to me as you read.
Thank you, Scott. Let's go to Alan, followed by Steve.
Which Alan? Me, Gary?
If your name is Alan.
Well, last time I was confused because I couldn't see this app is not cooperating. I wasn't seeing the other Alan, so I jumped on the mic. Well, I'm an immigrant. Maybe you guys not going to want to hear my point of view because immigration totally changed. This is not the way it used to be. Maybe we have too many laws and so on. I don't know how it is, but I'll pass it on to you. Your wish came true, Gary.
I heard the ding of the door, and as I always say, Alan, as much as we appreciate your contributions, we want you to be able to be successful in business, and that comes first. Folks, as I move on to Steve and followed by William, you will note there are no other hands up. This is going to be an extremely short gathering unless more people raise their hands. And I really thought that more people would have something to say about this one, frankly. Steve, followed by...
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
I am good. How are things in West Virginia?
Well, they're all right. I'm recovering from surgery, so...
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're well now.
Yeah, I had it done yesterday, but everything seems to be progressing pretty good.
See, this is a guy who knows that his contributions to this forum are so important that he gets out of the hospital, and what's the first thing he does? He jumps up on the stage at the Critical Thinking Forum. People can learn from Steve's example. I hope you're well.
Oh, dedication.
Dedication. Better dedication than death.
Well, that's a good way to start. Gary, I think with this issue, I think it's multifaceted, actually. And I think we can begin with one thing that should be common sense. And I think we stray from that a little bit. And the common sense part of this is immigration in whatever form it comes in should be for the betterment of the country that's receiving immigrants. It shouldn't just be a wild oscillation of pick your pick your poison on what you're going to base it on today, or let's open the borders and let everybody and his brother run in. It creates confusion. And I think the beginning of the Biden administration can kind of like be correlated to what we're seeing now. We had such a uncontrolled influx of people coming in that I think the 2024 was a reaction to that. I think part of Trump's policies are a reaction to that. Now, what Marshall was talking about, I think has validity. You cannot import people and allow anyone from any place on the earth to just be dropped off in the United States and say, go ahead and have at it. Oh, and the town in Ohio that you said that the people was happy with, you might want to go look at some of those people that actually live there and listen to the interviews that they give. The ones I've seen weren't so happy, Gary, about what was going on in their town. They talked about housing being shot up, the rent, they couldn't rent places. They talked about people not being able to drive correctly on American roads. The mayhem that they described was not happy, in my opinion. But anyway, that's a side issue. But, like I say, I think the first thing you have to do is get some kind of organized control. And, asylum seekers, I was just looking this up. People that present for asylum, when they finally get to court, what's the rejection rate of asylum claims? Well, the estimate's anywhere from 80 to 93%. What does that tell you? That our asylum system is being abused. So we got a multitude of problems in immigration. We got reaction and we got counter reaction to the policies, but there's no sanity in it. And, Marshall articulated this well. There's trouble all over the world. Are we just going to import anyone that says they got trouble in their country? Look at what happened I think it was this week or last week. The British government, after years of hiding this, finally released a detailed document onto these gang rape gangs in Britain. And they're talking thousands of women that was abused and raped by organized gangs from immigrants that come from the outside the country and thought it was just fine and dandy to go ahead and do these local girls this way. Now, obviously, you had a culture clash there of some kind. There had to be. I don't know anyone in our culture or in the British culture thinks it's okay to organize 10 or 12 guys to go out and lure girls in and gang rape them. So there's a multitude of questions that we don't ask ourselves before we delve into this. But primarily, and I honestly believe this, primarily the immigration and the control of immigration should be for the benefit of the American people and culture. You don't just let anybody walk off the street. Hey, there's Joe the drug addict. Come on in, Joe. You can hang out for a while, eat out in my kitchen, and sleep upstairs. No reasonable person would do that. There's a reason you protect your front door from things that can come in there for the benefit of your household. Well, country's no different. You got to have some kind of controls, and you got to have some kind of way to screen people to make sure they're not going to come into your country, they're not going to wreak mayhem, and they're not going to assimilate into the culture. And until you have that reasoned view of this problem, it's going to continue to oscillate. And that's my take on it.
So one point that you made, I find interesting. You said that 90% of the people, or greater than 90%, who apply for asylum are denied, and that's an indication that it's an abuse of the system. Would the counter argument be that that's not an abuse of the system, but it shows that the system is working because 90% of them who were disqualified are turned away, or who lack the qualifications or don't meet the criteria are found to be disqualified? Wouldn't it be, if it had been 90% of them that were admitted, would that be could the argument be be made that that's an abuse of the system, that everybody's being brought in no matter what?
I think you're mixing something up there, Gary.
Probably wouldn't be the first time, by the way.
Okay, so here's what I think you're mixing up, is that before a person even gets to that point where their case is adjudicated, a lot of times it takes years, sometimes a full decade to get to that court because of the system being overwhelmed. And couple that with the fact that when they do get a court ruling that says they can be removed, people show up at detention centers and saying you're not giving them their fair constitutional rights to adjudicate, even though they've had a court ruling. So not only does it take time to get there, where they assimilate into the country, and it takes, if they don't show up in court, you got to run all over the place trying to track these people down. But then when they are adjudicated and told to leave, then you got a bunch of people saying, oh, what are you going to make them leave for? Well, we're making them leave because the law says that you got to meet this criteria, and they didn't. So it's time to leave. And that's the problem. We can't agree on even the basic, simple application of law. If someone's not supposed to be here, leave. If they've been given a day in court, leave. Don't go out there and fight for someone to break your laws and say it's okay just because you don't like it. Like Marshall said, if you don't like the law, rewrite the law. But if the law's there and it needs to be enforced, enforce it. But at the heart of this, that no one seems to ever talk about, and I don't understand why, because you can see the deleterious effects in Ireland, in Britain. You can see these no-go zones in France. Germany's having problems. Not everything assimilates good and is beneficial for a country. So you need to be cognizant about what you are doing. Immigration should enhance a country. It shouldn't degrade it. And I'll leave it there.
Well, you brought up Europe twice now. Why do you reckon it's so much more a problem in Europe as compared to the United States? And if it's not as big a problem in the United States, why are we so worried about it?
Well, I think Europe, what you have in Europe is smaller countries with smaller populations, and you have a more open border policy that's flooded probably more of the country than is proportional to us. That doesn't mean that if you drink 10 ounces of strychnine, it's bad and it won't do something to you versus drinking 1 ounce. No, strychnine's bad for you. Don't drink it. So if you have a policy that is detrimental, don't do it. It's like taking poison. Yeah, 10 ounces is probably going to kill you, but ounce might put you in the hospital. But why in the world do you want to go to the hospital? Because you're deluded and delusional. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Steve. We'll go to William, followed by Just.
Hey, everybody. My preliminary look at this opinion, and I didn't read the opinion in great detail, but this is more about, it's not about the merits of immigration, and I think that justices are less concerned about immigration law and who gets to come and who gets to leave. They're more concerned about the expansion of executive power. And the justices have the power to expand executive power and, for the time being, contract the power of the lower courts to make decisions contrary to whatever the president decrees. And that will stand until the Supreme Court gets around to deciding that they want to expand judicial power, and they'll do so when they want, because the court, they're in there for life, and the majority can do what it wants. So a lot of the speakers before me were talking about, well, yeah, we have to rely upon the legislature, and there are no other ways to deal with what the Supreme Court decides, because rules are the rules. So there are other remedies. And one other remedy that is provided within the Constitution if the Supreme Court just is no longer concerned, if the people feel that the Supreme Court is no longer really concerned about justice in cases, and they're more concerned about manipulation of executive power or judicial power, the people have the power to impeach the Supreme Court justices themselves. And that's within the Constitution. That's within the rules.
Has that ever happened in U.S. history?
Yeah, well, there have been Supreme Court justices, and I haven't prepared a historical treatise, but there have been Supreme Court justices
impeached in the past. Either pre-bellum or post-bellum. They use
pre-menstrual or post-menstrual. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
No. I just mean there's one for your example. That's all I'm talking.
I don't have it. I didn't come with a treatise prepared to argue the history of Supreme Court impeachments. You probably know that there have been Supreme Court impeachments in the past, and there's also been Supreme Court justices who have resigned based upon the threat of impeachment in the past. But one of the things that you were arguing was there's no remedy except to wait for a spineless Congress to go ahead and pass laws to fix immigration or fix this or fix that. And maybe if it seems like the Supreme Court is abusing its power or no longer really concerned with administration of justice, maybe there is the one remedy rather than wait for the legislative branch to do anything. But if they're not going to do it, then
why
get around to
impeach the Supreme Court from not legislating from the bench?
Well, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing now.
All they said was that the president had the discretion, and then it was up to Congress to make the rule.
And you said, and you were arguing, I think that the president lacked the discretion and the courts lacked the discretion, and in fact, the court has the discretion to go.
The president had the discretion, and the problem in the first place was that it was arbitrary.
And the court itself is
in office.
And I'm saying the court itself is arbitrary, and they can rule to say, no, the court has the discretion to rule that temporary protected status was appropriate or inappropriate. The court had that discretion, and maybe the court is being really activist and abusing its discretion, and at the same time, and maybe they're not. They're legally allowed to do whatever they want.
Can I request 3 minutes? Sorry.
The president, go ahead. But hold on. The president is above the law, so he can do whatever he wants, and anything within his power as the executive, he can do whatever he wants. He's not bound by the law, and the court has put the president above the law, and the judges can interpret. They have discretion to go either way. They're
not above the law. The law reads temporary. What are we supposed to do? Take the law and extend it for 10 years?
Are you saying that the justices lacked the discretion to allow these people to say?
What I'm asking specifically is, what are they to do? Extend temporary protected status for a decade or 2 decades?
They don't have to do it. They don't have to do it. They don't have to specify.
Because the intent of the law written by Congress only ever meant for this stuff to be temporary for a moment in time.
They have the discretion. They don't have to specify.
For a moment in time. It didn't mean for it to stretch out decade after decade after decade.
Thank you, Justice Marshall. But the justices had the discretion to pass on this case or to take this case. The justices had the discretion to allow people to stay rather than get thrown back into adverse conditions where they're likely to be tortured or killed or whatever.
The adverse conditions of these people, we would be letting in everybody from every part of the third world because that would be their excuse.
Well,
They would say, hey, life is
no.
really shitty.
No, there's a case.
It's a gang
There's-
issue. It's a drug issue. It's a corruption issue. They would come up with any number of reasons why temporary protected status should apply for decades on
But
end.
that's not what was in front of the court, was it? Wasn't there? What didn't the court have the discretion? Didn't the court have the discretion? The discretion to take the case, not the case, to allow it to stand or not allow it to stand for this case in controversy. These particular litigants that were before the court. Yeah, sure, the court had the discretion to do that. It didn't have to make a blanket rule to say, no, the president now has expanded executive power, and the executive powers are now expanded at the expense of both the judiciary, the lower courts, and the expense of the legislature.
Precisely. And it's also
Victoria, I don't believe it's your turn on the stage. Why do you always do this? You know the rule. It's not like you're new to the room.
Okay.
Please do not interrupt.
okay.
Thank you. William, continue.
I mean, the court had discretion. They don't have to they had discretion to make an expansive rule, or as often is the case, they can make a very tailored decision, tailoring it to an individual case so as not to disrupt the rules about temporary protected status. They didn't have to go this way, but they chose to do so, and it wasn't mandatory upon the court.
Temporary protected status has been being used by executives as a permanent thing because Congress won't make rules.
The court had the discretion.
It's being used in a way to continue decade after decade after decade. When it was
All right, so you're arguing
Congress when they made the law to begin with.
So then you're arguing that this court should be an activist court. You're arguing in favor of an activist court to legislate from the bench in place of Congress, and not to just let the temporary protected status stay.
Is there a time limit?
Victoria, stop.
No, there isn't.
She knows how the room is run. Let me just ask this question. As I understand the rule allows the president to, because he ordered the rescinding of the extension of the temporary protective status had been given to Haitians and Syrians by the previous administration. So he rescinded what had been given by the previous administration. The plaintiffs argued in general he didn't have the right to do that. The court said, yes, the president has the right to do that. So in fact, does this not, by extension, give future presidents the right to extend temporary protective status indefinitely at least through their term of office if they want to? In other words, the court actually has enhanced the ability of the executive to make this determination absent any action by the Congress. So it could work both ways.
Absolutely.
The argument that, well, it's what part of temporary do we not understand? But it doesn't matter, because the next president could suggest, well, it doesn't matter if it has temporary status. The court ruled in this case where Trump was the defendant that the president has the discretionary right to make these decisions. Now, I may be interpreting this wrong.
That was the point I was trying to make, that what this case is really about is the expansion of executive power until the court says otherwise.
Right, and so I understand, Marshall, your argument, but doesn't this potentially work against your argument when the next president takes office and says, let's open things up again and bring more people in and let them stay beyond the prescribed amount of time that the TPS allows? We'll extend it and extend it and extend it, and they could stay as if it was a permanent protective status. It gives the president that authority. I think, if I understand it right, I'm
Right,
not.
and if you have
So
multiple
I'm going to rely on William's interpretation here. I understood the legal points I made up to the point I made. I don't understand. To be frank, I don't understand past that point. I understood what I said, or I wouldn't have said it. So if William, is your interpretation that this gives the executive discretion to go either way?
Yes, and it expands.
I'm going to rely on William's interpretation.
No, and Marshall, I don't disagree with your saying if this was strictly about the merits of immigration or not immigration, this case could go either way. And they do have discretion to go either way. But I think that the underlying issue in this case, the one that's going to have greater consequence for a longer period of time, is the expansion of executive power, the expansion of the unitary executive. And if that is what we go with as a country, then if you have a Democratic president or some other species of party president, and the parties morph and change, you can have expanded executive power that goes on for a long time, that goes contrary to what the legislature says or contrary to what the court says. If they say no, the court is restricted in their own power to do things.
Thank you, William. Yeah, I think that helps clear things up because a precedent has been set, is what I am basically suggesting here. Before I get to Dr. He, I just want to explain to those who are unfamiliar with how this room works and who may be a little confused about a little sidebar interaction that just occurred a few moments ago. We speak one at a time on the stage, and people have to wait until I call them before they can speak, with the exception of myself or a moderator such as Marshall. We are allowed to jump in, but other folks are not allowed to jump in, and that's just the way we roll, and that's why we had that little interaction with a person who has a propensity to interrupt no matter what the discussion. Doctor, followed by David.
Hello, Gary. Nice to hear your voice.
No, it's nicer to hear yours.
Yes, and Europe is going through really very hot heat wave, and I hope we survive. Okay, as far as I understand, in most of the countries, please correct me if I'm wrong, with respect to my understanding about the law and the courts. Incidentally, my brother would be in a week or two, he will be one of the High Court justices in India. So through him, I have learned a few things. One is the courts are the places where you can go and then get the conflicts clarified, or conflicts to be sort of somehow resolved. So the courts are supposed to interpret the law, and based on the interpretation of the law, they have to decide on the government's action, the individuals, whatever that is, that comes to them. And at some point, you have to accept what courts say, because you go to, at least in Indian context, you go to High Court, and then you go to Supreme Court single judge, Supreme Court 3-judge bench, 5-judge, and then in most of the very highly contentious constitutional cases, it goes to 13-judge bench. After that, you cannot do much, unless otherwise all the politicians, they decide, and then they enact an amendment to the law, or they change the law. So now the court, with respect to this issue, has every right to interpret within their wisdom. So you can always contest their wisdom is not enough, but
that's what you can. You have the right to say that, and that's it. You cannot criticize an individually and any judge in that sense. At least most of the places in the world. So this is one part that I wanted to share. The second part is about the immigration itself. I heard a good amount of heated interactions and other things. So I am seeing what is happening in Europe, and in some cases it is really scary because they apply the immigration opportunities, they use the immigration opportunities left and right without really taking care of what if cases. So, what if cases is that yes, immigration helps, but if it is controlled, anything in this world, according to me, if things work within a proper boundaries, then things will work well. But when you don't have the boundaries, it is human nature to exploit as much as possible individualistically, and that's what is going to happen if you don't have the control. So this is where I support the Supreme Court and Trump's rules, or whatever that he's trying to implement. And this is what you can expect when something is pulled in one direction. It is the nature of the society, nature of the humankind to pull in the other direction, almost with equal force or maybe even with higher force. And this churning always, it keeps on happening. This churning happens almost all the time in every part of the world. Second thing that I wanted to say is that yes, you admitted some people because, for example, in the case of Syria, there was a lot of unrest. You wanted to be helpful, humane, so you admitted. But that cannot be perpetual. If US doesn't want them, US has every right to push them back. And if a president takes that path, I think it is definitely not wrong. It is simply put, if you have a guest, if you want to help somebody, you bring him in your house, but after some time he has to leave. He has to stand on his own. And fine, till the rain is there, fine. You may, if it is storm, 3 days, 4 days, keep him in your house, I agree, but afterwards, I don't think you are obliged to do it. And about the law, enactment of the law, and as well as the amendments to law, things like that, what I have seen in most of the cases, usually during normal periods, both the parties, they know, or more than one parties, if it is in many countries in the world, apart from US. So what normally they do is that they always have that fear that, okay, if I do something which is really pushing the boundaries, then when the other parties come into picture, when they get the power, they will pull it on the other side. So what they normally do is, politicians, they are highly intelligent according to me. So they always use it to small extent to get benefited, but I don't think they always push too much. But yes, it can happen in some cases. In Trump's case, it happens mostly that he takes everything to the extremes. And apart from that, I don't see an issue with respect to the Supreme Court as well as the president working around the framework of the law and the Constitution of US. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Gary, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. By the way, we're talking about Supreme Court rulings so far this week. We're still awaiting a ruling on a case that would allow late mail-in ballots. And that's going to be for sure a topic when that comes up. I don't want to change the topic, but I'm just mentioning that as we move along. David, followed by old Raj.
Good afternoon, Gary. Esteemed panel. Gary, I think this is another shot across the bow by the Supreme Court to enable Trump to eviscerate
the lower courts, the power of the lower courts to check the executive power. Obviously, it's unfortunate that this decision is coming on the eve of our 250th anniversary as a nation, where many have argued that Trump is going to celebrate this great 250-year, I don't know what you call it, not a bicentennial, but something along those lines. That it's only about his party, his base, the America that he's trying to remake, refashion. One only need to look, one of the things that brought up in the dissent by Justice Kagan was the inflammatory tropes and racist comments that Trump made about Haitians eating cats and dogs, cooking cats and dogs, sowing the American bloodline along those lines. And how the Supreme Court, the majority of the deciders would, definitely ignored this language as a backdrop to not otherwise color their decision as being seen for what it is to normalize an attempt to kick out people that aren't along the lines of the South Africans that were admitted and allowed and brought in very gracefully and with a welcome mat, right, and with no deadline as to when they might have to leave. So we have these optics theory that are very disturbing as our nation goes towards its 250th anniversary. I think what this also opens up the door for is potential Supreme Court reform. These decisions, they're within their right to rule this way. But are they overreaching? Are they acting as kings in a way that can't be checked? Power that can't be checked.
Are they acting as kings, or are they right-leaning and people don't like the fact they're right-leaning?
Well, Marshall,
because the rapeless court sided 6-3 with Clinton most of the time, and the Warren court sided with LBJ a whole bunch of the time. So is it truly that we think the Supreme Court's not doing the right thing, or is the Supreme Court is not ruling in the right partisan way? I don't have an answer for that. Just it occurs to me it's a question.
But we're allowing 6 justices to use language and interpretation to upend and to throw into chaos this TPS, the temporary protective status, for 1.3 million people who have tried to carve out.
David, that's not my point. My point is the argument of expansion of the court is often made by people on the other side of the aisle. So it begs the question, is that suggestion made because people truly care about justice and they truly care about the court being fair? Or is it being made because the court is deciding things the left-hand side of the aisle doesn't like? Noting that in the Warren court, they sided with Carter and they sided with LBJ the vast majority of the time. Also noting the Rehnquist court sided with Clinton the vast majority of the time. Noting that the justices have done that in the previous 2 iterations of the court, is it really about justice or is it just about partisanship?
I think Marshall makes an excellent point, because I am old enough to recall during the Clinton administration the complaints, and I can recollect some of the complaints during the Warren court as well, that the court had been politicized, and there were a lot of complaints about that they were voting or deciding along partisan political lines or ideological lines. But back then, the complaints were coming from the conservatives, and the liberals were quiet. Now, the complaints are coming from the liberals, and the conservatives are quiet. So I think there is at least a perception that presidents tend to appoint justices who are going to rule generally favorably to their political ideology, and that their voting record will transcend their time in the Oval Office. Whether that perception is a reality or not is another story, but I think that perception is there. Would you agree, David?
Yeah, the perception is there, but it's the import and it's the optics of what these guys are deciding in a way that is reflective and emblematic of the racial animus in this country. You mentioned the Warren Court. The Warren Court was tasked with remedying 200 years of white supremacy in the case of...
So it's okay for the Warren Court to be political because they decided in a way that was beneficial to civil rights?
I'm saying, Marshall, when you have
No. Hold on. Wrestle with that. It was okay for the Warren Court to be partisan because they decided the right thing on civil rights.
I'm saying the Warren Court had to remedy, and they did that with a 9-0 decision.
Not my question. My question is it viewed that the Warren Court's politicization was legitimate because they fixed problems that were clear in the country? That doesn't erase the politicization of the court. It simply makes it okay because the court decided something they needed them to decide.
But hey, free YMCA!
It wasn't political, Marshall. It was legal. It was
I would beg to differ. If my grandmother and my grandfather and my great uncle were still alive, they would have a lot to tell you about how the Warren Court was political, which is exactly my point. This always comes across as it's okay when the court is liberal. It's okay when the court decides things in favor of the party that is on the opposite side of the Republicans. But the moment the court decides things on the right-hand side of the aisle, the moment the court decides to be more conservative, all of a sudden it's illegitimate. That seems to me to be a political issue, not an issue of justice.
I would challenge, excuse me a second, David, I'll let you get on with your point. Marshall, I would challenge your perception.
Yeah, where did I get it wrong?
Okay, I would challenge your perception that it's only complained about when it's a conservative court. As I just mentioned, when it was a liberal court, there was a lot of screaming and hollering by the conservatives.
Yes, sir.
Right. So,
yes, sir.
So I just don't want to leave the audience with the impression that the only time people complain about it is when it's a conservative
not
court.
at all. It's definitely been on both sides of the aisle. In the same way that the Electoral College is supported by the Republicans today and denigrated by the Democrats today, but was denigrated by the Republicans in the 1970s and supported by the Democrats at that point. Absolutely, you're 100% right.
So I just want to help David here a little bit through your objections. And David, please, if I'm misrepresenting this, please correct me. But my understanding is what David is suggesting is that what's happening now transcends simple political ideology, because a previous court corrected wrongs in our society, but those wrongs that were corrected are now, in other words, the rights that were given to people, which they should have had anyway. I think David's argument is that they're starting to be eroded by the current court, and so that would say the precedents, the pattern that was set by previous courts is being being obviated today. David, is that basically what you were saying, or did I get it?
No, you got it right. And it's not just court decisions. It's the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which was obviously enacted to remedy the way race was used in this country to decide who was a citizen and not a citizen. So here we are having a reactionary right-wing court basically say, hey, look, man, we're going to give you the right to just decide if you don't like these people, then you can remedy it with your policy of sending them back or upending their rights to be here. But if they look this way, in the case of the South African refugees that I mentioned, there was no resistance to any of that. And so was it about race? Because they're both...
There's actually an encouragement for white South African farmers to file for TPS.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not about this argument that we don't want people coming here and fleeing their problems per se. It's about what these people look like, in my humble opinion. And we're trying to. I mean, you just take the ICE policy, take every policy that's been enacted, take the dismantling and the gutting of DEI, affirmative action, the way Hegseth has gone in and he's redlined his own promotions and taken down, long-standing, committed generals and colonels and whatnot, and he's taking those folks out, and he's claimed that they got there because their race got them there, not because they were qualified. So I'm just saying.
Let's not conflate this with the jurisprudence. I feel like you're conflating the two.
It's all part of the same thing, Marshall.
No, it's not. One is Hegseth being a jackass and a racist. The other is the court's legal rationale, which is entirely different than what you and I think of Hegseth. I agree. I think Hegseth is terrible. I think Hegseth shouldn't be in office. I think what he's doing to the military is wrong. It smacks to me of Woodrow Wilson resegregating the federal service. But is that what the jurisprudence actually says? Because if it's not, then that's not the point of the case. The point of the case is what the jurisprudence says. I think, if what you mean is, and this is, I think, the strongest point on your side, if TPS was meant to throw out the Haitians and the Syrians, but not the white South Africans, then there's obviously a legal issue. And that I agree with, 100%. The fact that the white South Africans were given TPS and it wasn't condemned in the same way that the Syrian or Haitian TPS was condemned is absolutely wrong and is a legal issue. But as a matter of what the court says, we have to deal with what they say, not what we wish them to say, I think.
So, it's actually beyond not condemning, it's encouraging. Remember, this administration has a policy of discouraging Haitians from being in the United States, and a policy.
I couldn't think of the right word.
Yeah, and the policy of encouraging white South Africans from coming to the United States. And I think this is probably the genesis of David's discomfort.
Well, it's that, and it's obviously, it's heavy-handed, and it smacks of a policy that's not looking at the humanitarian side of this. Okay, there's an easier way, not an easier way, but there's a better way to address this rather than throwing 1.3 million people into legal limbo from countries. I mean, I don't know how many of you have been to Haiti or not, but it's I haven't been there either, but I have a buddy that did 10 medical missions to Haiti. And he's risked his life many times to go over there. He said, Dave, man, these people they're fighting by the skin of their teeth trying to survive here. And it's unfortunate because Haiti was one of the first revolutions to beat back slavery under Toussaint Overture against the French. And they were in line with our revolution, except they were.
David, wouldn't you agree, though, that it shouldn't be arbitrary or capricious? And that by leaving it to the executive, it becomes both arbitrary and capricious? Because I say this because it depends on who's in office. Right? When Trump's in office, Trump's a hard ass. He's not gonna let these people stay, even though you and I both believe they should. Because I believe what you believe here. I believe they should stay. I don't believe we should chunk these people out. But if we don't want it to be arbitrary, and if we don't want it to be capricious, then we have to find a better way to make rules. And the only way I know of to make those rules in a better way, well, the only two ways I know, because William brought up an option which I don't agree with, but it's an option. Impeachment of the Supreme Court or Congress making another law. Short of Congress making another law,
with the Supreme Court being impeached, the ability for people to stay under TPS becomes at the arbitrary whim of the executive, which I'm sure we both agree is the wrong way to decide that. It shouldn't be on a whim. These people should have some sense of certainty when we bring them into our country. They should have some sense that they will be safe and that we will not junk them back to the wolves. But until the Congress makes a new law, or until we impeach the Supreme Court and get new justices, then it's arbitrary. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't know how to make it arbitrary.
Well, you got to remember too, Marshall. Biden had a comprehensive immigration bill that Congress was going to pass, and the Republicans were going to support it until Trump.
No, some Republicans were willing to support it. Neither of my senators were, and you know very well why they weren't willing to support it. We don't need to rehash that.
Well, I'm saying that the attempt was still lampooned. So instead of getting a president today under Trump putting forth good ideas that keep these people here, he's doing the exact opposite. He's using executive power. He's using the power of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, ICE, and the like to abuse and run roughshod over these laws. And that's why they were challenged in the court. And then it arrives at the Supreme Court's doorstep. And rather than looking at the landscape of America and say, hey, this is America that's not ever going to change again. We're never ever going to make America white again. Let's find a way, or maybe they throw it back to the lower court. Instead, they just gave Trump more free license to do what he's doing. So, that's where we're headed.
The only reason is, how do you make that into a hat? Make America white again. Mahwa? Mahwa? I don't know how you do that.
Mawa.
I got to get me a red cap and see how that looks.
All right, I'm done.
Mahwa.
Mawa.
Make America white again.
Mawa.
You know what?
Maybe
I will get me a red hat that says Mahwa. Mahwa. People say to me, what's that mean? And I say, it means make America white again. And I know everybody on the subway in New York, when I answer that, are going to cheer me for saying that.
Yeah.
I will be viewed with adulation for being a trailblazer. Make America white again. That's a good one, David. Thank you.
All right.
I'm gonna order that cap right now. Do you want one?
Yeah, give me two.
You want two? Yeah, because you got such a big head. You need two. Thanks, David. Old Raj, followed by Agent.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Interesting topic as always. I have a question that I really want to focus on. What's the next step? Are we going to go door to door and remove this 1 million+ people? Is this going to be our government going again with masks and helmets and batons and just beating the crap out of Haitians to get them out of here? And if you're a Haitian, are you going to accept this, or are you going to say, shoot me? I'm not going back. Or do they go completely underground? I want to know, what are the logistics of the next step?
Well, I certainly hope the logistics of the next step involve a lot of shoe leather. In other words, that they would investigate and find those individuals who have overstayed, do proper investigation, find out where they are, get warrants to enter the property, and properly detain them, just like you and I enjoy protections under the Fourth and Fifth Amendments, the Fourth Amendment in particular in this case, rather than, there are a bunch of Haitians having a barbecue. Hopefully they're not barbecuing dogs, obviously, and let's go just round them all up and sort it out later. Now, that sounds extreme and nonsensical, but that's exactly what they were doing earlier, and they may still be doing in some parts of this country. They certainly did it in MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. They certainly did it in Minneapolis and St. Paul. They just grab people because they look like they might be somebody in the group that ought to be targeted, no matter even if they were U.S. citizens. You raise a very important point about civil liberties. And of course, the court did not address that specifically, but geez, I wish it would.
I mean,
actually, I think there was a Supreme Court decision that upheld that practice. I have to look that up, but I'm pretty sure, Raj, there was a Supreme Court decision that upheld that practice that you're finding so concerning.
I mean, didn't several of these immigrants have children? Now, how are you going to deal with those? Is this another document?
Well, now there's another interesting point. So, to my earlier discussion with Marshall, and my question was, well, why? Why send them back? So, if a person comes in the United States under TPS and they have little ones, who I guess, even though they're trying to get rid of the birthright, right now are U.S. citizens, but they want to get rid of that too. This administration.
Don't we have?
Are you gonna? What's your choice? Are you gonna separate the children from the parent, or are you gonna force the child back into the cesspool that Haiti presents? Let's not forget that Haiti, at least the capital for sure, is not run by the government. It's run by the gangs. It's on a block-by-block basis. It's, okay, temporary. It's temporary. What don't you understand about temporary? Good point. Are you going to send children back there because, well, that's what the law allows? And, sorry, but that's what the law says? That's a really good question, Raj.
This is where I wish that asylee and refugee status made an allowance for drug violence sponsored by American drug demand. I don't think you could do it for all drug violence, but Central and South America and Haiti certainly, they are recipients of American money for drugs. And we bear some moral culpability for the environment that has been formed. And if we could change our laws to reflect that, I think that would be very, very just. Because it is American drug demand that drives this instability. I have a friend. Gary, did you ever hear of a guy named Judge Hinojosa? He's the chief of the Southern District down in Texas.
No.
I say that because I don't know if you. Anyway, I grew up with him. We called him Uncle Carter growing up, and he said to me one of the things that was something he said to people almost all the time when they were in front of him as a federal judge for smuggling or drug trafficking cases was, "Don't you understand what you're doing? Don't you understand that American money pays for this? Don't you understand the money that goes into Mexican government, Mexican politicians' pockets, or Honduran pockets, or Guatemalan pockets, or Haitian pockets, comes from American bank accounts?"
The government is culpable on a lot of nonsense like that, Marshall. We knew that.
I guess what I mean is, I wish the law reflected that, because it would be so much more just. Because we, as a country, would have to take account for what our drug demand did to other countries.
Well, it goes beyond just our drug demand. I don't know what percentage of the drugs are coming from Haiti, frankly, but
probably not a ton.
But the United States is culpable in many cases. I know Barbie is like a resident expert on that. I don't know if that's why you came up, Barbie, but I know you are. So I want to give a tip of the hat to you on it as I discuss it. Remember Eric Holder allowing the stolen guns to go into Mexico in order to track them?
Yes,
right. And now in New Mexico, you may know the story just broke that because the Associated Press, enemies of an enemy of the state, the reporters, the Associated Press broke a story in which it was revealed that the Drug Enforcement Administration was aware of large amounts of fentanyl that were being distributed on the streets and in the communities of New Mexico. But even though they were aware of it, they did not take enforcement action because they wanted to follow the trail and get to the big drug dealers. So they allowed people to overdose and die in New Mexico in their search for, the guys, that are purportedly behind it all. And the governor of New Mexico yesterday announced a lawsuit against the DEA for that because failed to protect his community. And I think that's going to be a very interesting one. But the point is, a lot of these problems that cause people to come to the United States under temporary protective status, the conditions that they are in are a result directly of U.S. policies. The regimes that we prop up for whatever moment of convenience that we have, the way we look aside and don't pay attention to the treatments of the people. Look at how before he became our enemy, and the reason he became our enemy had nothing to do with really anything that happened there. It was an excuse. Saddam Hussein.
Shouldn't we be culpable for that?
We are. We should be culpable for that.
And we're not culpable, right? Because not leave water.
You're underwater. You're underwater, Marshall. You're underwater, but so many. Look at Noriega. He was our guy until he wasn't. There's so many in recent history. And then when the people from these countries seek temporary protective status, we say, well, you're allowed in here temporarily, but we're going to send you back, and that's your problem. We have no culpability in what's happening in your country. I don't know. A lot of people are big on borders and how important it is for us to maintain our way of life and not allow people from other places to have influence on how we operate, and I think there's substance to that. I think of John Lennon's song Imagine as well, though, and I know this is utopic and unrealistic, but imagine if we were one community of human beings, if the borders didn't matter, if the governments didn't matter, and we were as concerned about our fellow human beings in Haiti as we are about our fellow human beings in Texas or in New York. Just imagine if that were the case. Would we be better off? Maybe not, because that would presuppose no borders, etc., etc. Or maybe it just presupposes an attitude change. I don't know. Not the topic of the room, but I think it's kind of related. Raj, did you have more?
Yeah, one quick one, and I'll pass. Don't we have a DACA case coming up this cycle, too?
Yes, we do.
So that could be a large part of this as well.
Yeah.
There.
I think we're going to be discussing Supreme Court decisions over the next several days. I think Monday will be the next day that they come. Monday
they should dump the birthright and a couple of other things.
The voting thing too. So
yeah, because they're gonna they'll go on break in July, recess in July. So I think July 1st or 2nd they're in recess.
Do they get as much time off as members of Congress? Because I've been trying to get a job as a congressman just for one term, so that I could get some kind of Chinese government honeypot to try to.
You should have told us. That way we could have used the critical thinking form to get you elected. It's been a lot of fun.
Right.
We'd have gotten you the member from New Jersey.
But I just saw an analysis that they spend as much time off the job as they do on the job. So I just was wondering whether the Supremes get to do that too. In all of my adult life, and of course as all of my non-adult life during my schooling, I never got time off like these guys do. So they get off in July. That's great. I wish I had a job like that. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Raj. And we'll go to Agent, followed by Barbie.
Wow, Gary, it's great to be here. It's interesting to me just how people get so worked up, I guess, invested in the nuances of immigration policy in the U.S. I can tell you, I think that I've been an immigrant 3 times, 3 different countries in my life, and I've nationalized to one of them. And with all of them, I always came with complete humility and understanding that I could be removed from the country at a moment's notice. I could have all my status canceled and whatever. That they owed me nothing. I was grateful to have the different statuses that I did get. I'm just very grateful for that, and tried to be as, I guess, valuable and useful and attractive to the society as I possibly could. And I understood that the place that I came from, all these things were part of the package, part of the baggage potentially that pluses and minuses that I brought with me, not just who I was and my soul and am I a nice person, but it's the whole thing. And I understood with total humility if, the U.S., there's some policy, this and that. And it did at different times. Another place I wanted to immigrate to, it has been a significant handicap, the fact that I'm a U.S. citizen, in order to get in there. So this is just part of being a person in the world, and it's incredible to me just how worked up Americans get about making sure that people from countries with a lot of problems in some cases, how important it is that they ensure that these people are guaranteed a spot, or that even if they're not legally, they're kind of already here, they're physically present already, therefore, how will we manage to enforce the law? We couldn't possibly enforce the law against them. This would be, we couldn't possibly exercise basic, public services to detain people or deport people or give them the notice even that they have to leave. This would be a war crime. This would be a crime against humanity if you were to serve papers on someone, or if they're in violation of the law to possibly use an officer of the law to enforce that. I mean, I don't know what to say. It just seems to me that the Supreme Court made a pretty, what should be a non-controversial decision, that something, I guess, that had basically in the law implied or otherwise been fault to the executive branch to have some discretion of how many asylum there are, or to basically set their own policy with this. And to, I think, Marshall's point earlier, if we want something different, then you can take the extreme measure of impeaching the court because out of some bizarre claim that they're not doing their job in a good faith way, that they're actually criminals, or they're just incompetent at their job, because they're this. How could so many justices have come up with such an egregious? The level of corruption is that deep that we have to impeach them, or that just Congress, if it's so important that people not be allowed to, or that everyone be allowed in, and so on and so forth, that the actual legislatures who make the laws and so forth could bring about such laws that, as it is under their purview, what the immigration policy, what the parameters around that are, they actually make the laws, they can change the laws. But instead, we can just talk about, how evil like Trump is, or how evil the Supreme Court, how racist everybody is who lives in the country, that, someone would make policy that certain countries maybe are a little bit down the rankings compared to others as far as and maybe have to go through a bit more due diligence or have some other hurdles in order to be granted status. I mean, I don't know what to tell people, Gary. I do think people should travel more, and I think they should actually, it would be good for them to try to immigrate to some other countries if they are having these concerns, and just see what the world is actually like once they leave their political bubbles that they've become so attached to.
I'm immigrating to China because life is so much better there.
It's great, actually. I really like China.
That's what I hear, actually, that they actually have some cities that they just built and were from ground up, total technology based cities. It's smart cities, I guess they call them. And there's one about, 100 miles outside of Beijing that I really want to visit. Actually, I said it initially kind of facetiously, but that's one city that I would really like to see with my own eyes and experience it. 12 decisions, by the way, next week, the final week of this session of the Supremes, including birthright, and 2 that test the limits of executive authority, 1 on transgender athlete bans, a number of them on voting rights and midterm election rules, several Second Amendment rulings. It totals into 12. It should be a very interesting week, and it'll allow us to interject topics that do not begin with Trump today said on Truth Social.
Gary, one of the privileges you have as a U.S. passport holder, you're eligible to apply for a multi-entry visa into China for 10 years. Multi-entry, you could go 60 days at a time, just come and go as much as you want. And that is you because you're an American citizen. It's not like a guaranteed right, you have to apply, but that's something unique that many other countries, most other even very wealthy, strong countries don't get that privilege with China. So you should look into it.
Yeah, it just means that I have to be doing the critical thinking forum in the middle of the night there. Thank you, Agent. We'll go to Barbie, followed by Denise.
Hi.
Hi.
I missed the very first part of the discussion.
And it was all about you, and you missed it. But
of course. And actually, something Marshall said that made me want to contribute. But I will get to that in a second, because I know the minute I bring it up, we're going to start going down. Yeah, I'll start arguing with Marshall or something. No, actually, I really want to know what he thinks about something. But I just want to say I've been to probably close to 40 countries. I actually had the multiple entry visa to China, and nevertheless, I think that some of what was just shared is, I don't know, it's kind of like having someone walk in to a room who's got who's bruised and battered and bleeding and is sitting there for triage, and someone else says to them, just take an aspirin. It just feels like to think that obviously there's people that are disingenuous on all sides and ridiculous and overreacting, and that's just a fact. But to think that some of the issues that are happening with immigration is just because people, they don't want people to be served a document. Yeah, it would be nice if people were served documents. That's not what happens. So there's been so many violations. So it just is like, I'm sorry, I'm still a little stuck on what the previous person shared. It just felt so completely separated from the reality of what's happening, what people are suffering, what they're enduring. I was just talking to someone, actually, a friend of a friend. No, I was talking to someone related to me by marriage, not birth, and who was visiting with someone else in the state of Georgia who has a friend, a very good friend of theirs, who was arrested by ICE. And the first hand, well, to me, I guess it would be second or third hand, but I do believe them. Some of the anecdotes about them being gotten up at 1 a.m. in the middle of winter, made to stand in cells that had water on the floor in freezing temperatures, and then having papers waved at them, telling them to sign away certain things so that they could just, it's actual torture. So, yeah, let me move on from that. And Gary, thank you for what you said about the American, and also this is Marshall, you said, you made a really good point in what you said about American responsibility, or the government responsibility, for so much of the misery and problems that actually happen in other countries and then blow back on us. I don't have anything more to say on that right now. I'm definitely not an expert, but I'm probably a lot closer to the situation than most people here. So, but what I wanted to ask Marshall about is, Marshall, you did say that, you wish there were some laws that would hold America, or the laws would.
Yes, ma'am. I wish there was something that held the U.S. population accountable for our participation in the corruption and civil wars that were riven by the money we sent south to those cartels.
Yeah.
Because
not
they
just,
wouldn't
and not
have.
just that, of course, I'm
Yes,
sure,
ma'am.
as you know, it's obviously the installation of all the dictators in our.
Yes, ma'am. Installation of all the dictators, the messing around in Central South
You and I
America.
agree on this, but Marshall, here's the thing, though. What I'm wondering, though, is the minute, and I appreciate that you're like open about this, and I know we've talked about it before, but what is the struggle for me is, you're saying we agree, but you are not representative of the majority of Republicans. And I know it's not a monolithic group. We've also discussed that in the past. There's all kinds of, but it would take away, the minute you start saying, well, we have some responsibility here, folks. Now that introduces a level of reason that politics can't actually handle. Because that would mean some compromise, that would mean that would mean not vilifying. So I'm really curious, do you have any thoughts on what that would look like practically? Like, let's say, Ted Cruz is going to introduce some kind of bill. What would it look like in practicality? Or is that just a dream?
I think
should we think about it and come back to it? Sorry.
Well, I'd like to give you a first impression. I'd like to do two things. Give you my first impression, which is unconsidered, and then come back to it and give you a considered impression. I had a professor that used to say, your first impression is important, but it's not the most important answer you'll give me. So I want to give you the important answer, and then I want to give you the really important answer tomorrow. My important answer is, it would look like taking in people who really had a problem more than what we allow in our metering of immigration. So if we say, I don't know the actual number off the top of my head, but say we take in 100,000 Guatemalans as just what we do every year. We're gonna up that to 200,000 Guatemalans, and those Guatemalans are going to be Guatemalans particularly affected by drug violence, right? I say Guatemalans because when I was here in 2018, I had the option to go to a private detention facility. Want to meet Mike Pence, and I didn't meet Mike Pence. I went to a private detention facility, and I met a mother from Guatemala, and I met a mother from Ecuador. and they each had kids about the same age. Boys about 9, girls about 6. And I asked them a bunch of questions because there was politicians that promised them safety and all that other kind of good stuff, and then went and did a presser. But what I asked was, why did you come to America? Like, what was the hope here? And they said safety. So I would want, because their sons were right at the age to be pressed into the gangs, and their daughters were right at the age to be smuggled. And so my practical solution, off the top of my head, first considered, would be to take people like that and bring them into the United States. Hey, we owe you this. We're bringing you in. Maybe you'd be in Texas. Maybe you'd be in Florida. Maybe you'd be in Ohio. I don't know where. But that would be my first impression. And then I'm going to think about this, and we'll come back to it tomorrow to give you a better answer.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that answer. I think that, I'm sorry, Gary, I'm not trying to take over here. I just really want to know what Marshall thinks.
Yeah, okay, sounds like something you guys can back channel. I want to move on. I want to move on to Denise because we only have 2 minutes. I want to give her an opportunity. Denise, you got 2 minutes. I apologize for the time constraint. It's all yours.
And quick. I saw this ruling, and I didn't even blink. It didn't even shake me. I'm sad to say that because I think the depths and the limitless bottom of racism that we are seeing depicted by this administration, I can't even be surprised anymore. In the same year that you let in white South Africans who are fleeing nothing, who are fleeing absolutely nothing, you end a status for a group of people that by any measure should qualify. By any measure. This isn't a tourist trying to choose a different place to live. These are people that are fleeing the most incredible conditions. And as a Black person, I'm wondering how they're going to enforce this. I think somebody asked that question earlier. Does that mean you're going to stop me on the street and make me to show my papers to see if I'm Haitian and I need to be kicked out? Like, what does this actually look like? And I think that it's really important to note that it isn't like, hey, we're going to end this and you have a year and a half to save money, to figure out what you're going to do, to make another plan. Like, it's just no, because we don't like you, because we get to pick and choose what color the people are that come to the United States of America. And we've seen that done in the same year. And so I wish I was surprised, but I feel like the fears that I have are just being consistently validated. And I often wonder, I've wondered all my life, like, how did slavery happen? How did they convince nice people? I think people are inherently nice. How did they get people to put people in different classes based on the color of their skin? How ridiculous. How did we get here? And I feel like I'm seeing it play out, like, with every decision, with every policy move. This is how we got there. So, I'm glad you're talking about this, and I wish I could even cry, because it makes me sad enough that I want to cry. But I don't even have anything left to respond to the obvious, physical, unapologetic, violent, aggressive, cruel policies of this administration.
Thank you, Denise. Nice way to anchor our discussion today. Appreciate you sharing your very personal thoughts about this. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
name on that channel. There's some other black women who do that space. Basically, he's not going to say their names on the channel. He might talk about some of the things that they talk about, and if you are chronically online, you'll know who he's talking about. But if not, you're going to have to search. But outside of that, he will talk about black women as a, what I would like to call trademark level, as an entity, but he will not talk about specific black women and what they say after that whole theology. It's just too many aggressive women. Like because he's talked about his demographics multiple times and how it's used.
On his channel. The people who make up the core of this fan base, they're white people who hate Democrats and who pretend to be leftists on the internet.
That is a lot to ask.
Yep.
The virtue signal of the fuckers.
That's the thing about those people. They're paying. They aren't paying. That's the thing. Their money is good.
Sanctions out like
gave clips. I mean, his video recap is almost an hour. I've only seen clips from it from Instagram, so it's been on my time. I just don't. I haven't actually been really ignorant on this. I have a real bad bias against downscale white people. I have a really bad bias.
Take other examples of this right now.
I do, but I can't.
That's okay.
I just do not well with traction. I don't.
So what you say now, like this.
Like the downwardly mobile. I'm so sorry. Like it's like it is such yeah. The virtue signaling downwardly mobile. Like it's very hard for me. It's really hard. I'm so working on it. I have felt like I think it's fake. I think they're racist. I think that they would rather be in political coalition with more trashy whites than old black people. I'm very protective of old blacks. I just don't. I just can't. I can't. And even if we agree on literally 99% of things, I just cannot get over how disgusting and racist they are. white Democrats hate leftists with FD signifier and Jared Ball. It's on the Facts channel. I do not. These people hate black people. You just don't like the average run-of-the-mill black person. I can't relate. You think black Democrats are stupid? You think all black people live in segregation? I just don't understand the utility of peddling that kind of rhetoric.
professionals like me or Hurricane who just don't like for whatever reason. It has nothing to do with the policies. It has nothing to do with it. I can tell you must be on the song. So, like, that's not sustainable. That's not sustainable. I don't know. People really take their vote and think that shit is solid gold, weighing 188 shekels. Captain Teriyaki's live right now. Yeah, it's time to admit Barack Obama wasn't hot. The white leftists on JD's FT Signifier, they love that shit. That's the kind of stuff they love. Probably ping somebody in here. I mean, just boom it.
In the vein of that stuff, oh, okay, you can boom it. But it's so safe to say. Like that's my only frustration is if you're fashioning yourself as a radical truth teller, then you have to actually be willing to say things that popular or upsetting. Shitting on Barack Obama in 2026 is like the safest position. Even my mom is starting to turn on Obama, and she has up an Obama portrait in her home. Right? Like, it's just not, you're not doing anything compelling.
And that picture's gonna stay up. Okay, all the pictures, we gonna cuss him out, and he's gonna stay right there on that wall next to Jesus.
So I could be wrong if I'm getting this right. I don't know. Is this akin to like the Bernie white leftists lecturing people in South Carolina about the primary win for Hillary? Is that along those lines?
What is it? What akin to what? What's the it?
Oh, the critique on, let's say, James Clyburn's or the incumbent black congressional people.
They just think that they're conservative and blocking progress. That's the main thing. They're blocking progress and they're conservative. Christian's here. Christian, come up. Let's do a debate. I don't want to do a debate. I know you're a full passport bro now. I can't debate you on whether or not Colombian Toontang is better than Dominican Toontang. I'm not an expert on that like you are now, but come on, Christian, let's debate. Donald Trump is a failed president. Let's debate.
Not gonna be able to beat you. That's why he's not coming up. Because he knows
Christian
he
doesn't care. No, Christian never cares. Christian, are you in Dominicana? Y'all know Christian turned passport, bro. That's crazy. Y'all are Christian in the rooms now? He a passport, bro.
If he light enough to be, you talking about in VR? They might kick him out. They might kick him out if he's too dark. Put him on the other side.
Mohi, are you there? Do you want to debate? I got 2 hours and 20 minutes before the match.
Hi to everybody. I came here to improve my English and
I think
Come on, Christian, give me a topic. Let's debate a topic.
I'm sure that Christian would love to come up and talk about why 99% of Black women are unfit for marriage. I feel like that is in his wheelhouse. Why we are only suited to be baby mamas on welfare or educated who sleep with our dogs in the bed, you know, and go to sleep clutching our diplomas. Like that's his thing. No matter what the season, I still love you. It's I wanna be with you. There you are. I'm too lucky. Let's stay at night. I'll be with you. I just found online, the problem algorithm, a live performance of the Deal singing to a kid. These dudes must be 70. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, it's cute. But in the car? Yeah. Yeah, because I made a comment to somebody who lives in my home about how Babyface is not letting go of that hair dye. And shout out to him. 30 years ago. You probably look good in gray hair too. You should let it go. The stage is open. Christian left. He must be busy because he already loved the debate. Well, I'll stand on the fact that the Afghanistan pullout was an utter failure because in an office building a government worker had a rainbow flag. He said that to me before.
That was Steve Appelish, to be fair.
No. Oh, yes, it was. I hear it now. It was.
I have a question. Because I still don't quite understand progressive Democrats versus, I don't know, would we call them traditional Democrats or status quo Democrat? I don't understand this concept of a progressive Democrat.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, the traditional ones, they say they're more corporate, they're not for the people, they don't rock the boat, etc. Yeah, that's good.
Institution.
Okay. So that makes a distinction as to, so the progressives are the ones that want to rock the boat, middle finger to, especially a city like New York, which is the whole corporate structure. Go ahead, Spiritus. I said New York, you can't help it.
I mean, like Espelot was in the Progressive Caucus, so he wasn't one of them that you're talking about.
It's all.
I think it's like Medicare for all.
It's not. For most Democrats at this point, if they support Medicare for all, they would say yes. It's all attitudinal. It's about age and how do you comport yourself in public. And once all those people are actually in Congress or whatever, they're going to do exactly what AOC did, which is fall in line, okay? They're going to do the same thing. And then the leftists or the progressive or the DSA people are going to call them sellouts too. That's the way of the world. Shout out to Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That's a lot.
But there are plenty of older Democrats and progressive.
Right, but they go to D.C. with high hopes, right? Remember Cedric the Entertainer, like, I wish somebody would. And we think, yeah, they're going to go to D.C. and we're going to see change. And a big nothing burger. it's more the same. They join caucus, what have you. They fall victim to the lobbyists. They don't join any major what are those committees, and nothing happens. Okay, how come your mama? Oh shit.
Oh, what's up, Devon? I just came up to say what's up. Peace, peace, peace.
Peace.
Oh, this is the thing that y'all should remember. Everybody wants to change Washington, but what happens when you get to Washington? It changes you. I turned y'all down several times today because there was an echo in the room. I turned y'all down several days because somebody had lost their marbles. Y'all all right?
We're hanging on.
Who lost their marbles? It was in the room today, Kimberly. I don't think you was here at that, or you weren't on stage at that moment.
I haven't really been in here. I've been creeping on some other drama on this app.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Overstimulated has some good drama.
Oh, I be going in there too. It is good in there. It's good in there. It was a room. Was it Overstimulated that had the conversation where Thug Bully was the expert on Frederick Douglass? Was that the room?
Yeah.
Was it? Oh yeah, that was good. That was very good.
Frederick Douglass was not a feminist. How dare you?
Oh yeah, that was it. I came running in here to tell everybody. I was like, Thug Bully is an expert on Fred Douglass.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that was crazy.
Does anyone know who Clarissa Shields is?
Oh yeah, the boxer.
She a train wreck. Somebody need to take her phone from her. Quickly.
Did a movie on her. I thought it was all right. They should have did a docu-series. It was too much happened too fast. And, we analyze these things about, trying to put someone's life in, what is a movie, 90 minutes about? And I felt like it was rushed. But it was okay. I don't know how the room felt about it. Yeah, but she has a matter.
Where was it? Where was the movie shown?
It was in theaters, like a few select theaters, but I saw it on like, you know how we see our movies. I did not go to the movie.
Gotcha. Undisclosed.
Yeah.
Undisclosed location. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but I really wanted to see it because I was like, I want to see this. It goes through her childhood, the Olympics, and all of that. And her finally, there was someone that had kicked her butt in the Olympics, and she finally beat her opponent. So the big triumphant moment. But yes, then she started messing with rappers. So I don't know. She messing with Papoose.
Clarissa Shields is spiraling because she got with Papoose while he was still married, but it's fine because Remy was allegedly cheating or whatever. And they've been going back and forth, and Remy has threatened to beat her ass, and I don't know, it's like a whole thing. She's just, you get with the wrong man and it ruins your life, and that's what's happened to Clarissa Shields.
Yeah, she's not listening, and she really needs to just leave the camera behind. Just keep it off, and just get her business out, because unfortunately the comparisons are going to come, and people are comparing her and Remy, and unfortunately unfortunately, the conclusion is that there isn't a comparison in favor of Remy, basically. That's not really good for her. And after all of this dust settles, that's not going to be something that she's going to really want to reflect on, because she looked crazy out here. Crazy. Yeah, I know she went at Layla Ali, right? She's had to come for Layla Ali, y'all.
I'm sure with somebody. Sherry, you know you off mute. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ben, are you there?
Yeah.
So I'm out and about. I just saw a woman over 40 with a flat stomach, and I got nervous.
Run.
Yeah, but that whole Clarissa Papoose, it's sad. It really is, because I remember I kind of stopped watching Love and Hip Hop around when Pap and Remy was on there, but I just remember the whole, black love, and I stood by her side and all this stuff, and then it crashed and burned. It's ugly. I don't know if we're being distracted or what, but people say, and I agree with it. Stop making stupid people famous, because it's a waste of time for us to engage with certain things. But something to talk about at the same time.
Yeah, it would be better if it was actually not based on a real person's life. I kind of would rather it not be based on a true story. Because this is sad, and Remy said that she hadn't been with Papoose since 2022. Y'all.
Oh, I have a topic that I can test here. Why do y'all think that the xenophobia around Juneteenth picked up?
Saya.
There's something happening. Where there's so many conversations. There were so many conversations around, we don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear Amapiano on Juneteenth. Nobody wants to hear soca on Juneteenth.
It's
very weird. And then,
You don't want to hear soca.
Wait, what'd you say, First Lady?
I said you don't want to hear soca.
No. I'm talking about the discourse. I don't care. I love I'm a diaspora lover, so I think that all of that shit around Juneteenth is so weird, but it was so loud. This is for us. This is our day. This is for us. And then I saw somebody, a very famous biracial, under a post saying, why can't foundational Black Americans have one day? And I thought, you have a white parent. I just think this is so weird. How is somebody with a whole white parent doing Juneteenth gate? I just thought something's going on.
Not you sat up over there and saw that 1619 project and said, oh my God, Brent, I just was like, what?
It was weird, Kimberly, and it was almost all of a sudden, and then there were people who were from Texas who were then trying to say what people who are not from Texas do on Juneteenth, celebration that started, with you all. However, it's a national holiday.
Yeah, I'm not even I fight the Juneteenth people. I mean the Texas people who get so I don't know what the word is, but they're trying to
dictatorial.
Yeah.
Over what we get to do.
Over Juneteenth. I'm just like, first of all, it's too late. It's a national holiday. Opal Lee fought for 30 years to make it a national holiday. Y'all not gonna gatekeep Juneteenth anymore. I'm sorry. It's over.
It's over. And not only that, but there are already people who are organizing Juneteenth celebrations in different cities for a very long time without any, government, telling anyone anything. It was on the strength of it being a celebration for Black folks. Like in New York, we've been doing a Juneteenth celebration for 15 years at least.
Of course. Yeah. Something's going on where people's racial identity is so unstable. It's so fragile that the way that they assert themselves is via fake online gatekeeping about what music can be played at the cookout. It's very weird.
I will say, as one of the people from that state who has been very, who watches all of these conversations that people have about that particular holiday and the ways in which they discuss that particular day and what that particular day means without proper historical context, for me, it just gives a whole bunch of Spider-Man memes. The same people who feel like they can tell folks who are first generation what they can and can't do on that day because it's for the niggas, strictly for the niggas, are the same ones who also feel that way when the Black Texans say, like, hey, the way you're talking about it and the way you're using this holiday to talk to other people, you're removing the very persons upon which the holiday is based on. I think, and then to your comment, Kim, then it becomes, well, then there's a person who has a white parent who's saying these things, and it's, well, why are you talking? You have a white parent. That's what I'm saying.
Like, if you understand what it means.
But that's what, for me, overall, what I'm saying is that as a person who's from the state, generationally so, watching the conversations and how they crack down and how people develop particular politics regarding it, on all sides of it, it's just all very interesting. Because for me, I'm just kind of like, at this point, y'all just need to take the day as a free day off, like y'all do with Martin Luther King Day. That's an alleged day of service. A lot of y'all haven't done no damn service. A lot of y'all are going to go to your parties and you're going to have all of your damn flyers with, great drink specials for the holiday weekend. And you're going to turn up. Like, just treat it like you normally do. Stop ascribing all of these things onto the day. Because after it's getting fake. Everybody's just being real fake. It's real fake.
But that still goes back to the idea of controlling, 45 million people and how they utilize the day, right? It's like, last time I checked, and I'm old school, so the new people might not do this, but honoring the history of the day, the things that are eaten and you know what I'm saying, all these different things. I think that people have been relatively, good at circulating that information, even though you might still have somebody stand up and say, oh, well, that's not correct, that's not correct. That people, that's being circulated. The story, the history is being circulated, semi-okay, even though there were many places where, slavery, the end of slavery did not end when it was supposed to, right? So you have all these different dynamics going on. At the end of the day, it's just been taken out of all of our hands, really, to be honest with you. Like, we we can only assert as much control over as we can as a community. But to get back to what Kimberly was saying, the narrative about what music we're playing, to me, that's the craziest part of it all, because it's not like our people did not borrow and get inspiration from it. You can't play Stevie Wonder without hearing Brazil. I mean, we can't play Master Blaster because you don't like the diaspora. But Stevie Wonder is an African, he's from here. You know, and there are many people who contributed to our musical zeitgeist whose roots are not directly from the United States. So do we kick all of that out? What is the argument? To me, that was really strange, and to me, I feel like they actually were not telling the truth. I don't know how many, South Africans are in the United States to the point where people are petitioning a Amapiano at the function. I just think that was random. In my opinion, I think it was random. I think that it's kind of like these are arguments that people keep saying have happened, but not only did it never happen to you, but it didn't happen to any of the Black people that you know. But this narrative is still here, and they need to push it in order to push their agenda forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about, I think y'all have sense, so we agree that that's wrong. I'm trying to think through why. Why has this taken hold? What's going on? Why is the 1619 woman who has a whole white parent and who is routinely talked about as if she's not Black, her white parent, why would she get on the 80 street? Like, I don't know.
What, you talking about the red-haired lady?
Y'all have nothing. That's because y'all have nothing but fake Juneteenth celebrations that you hold on to, argue about it being a federal holiday as if that ruined something. Because Black people ain't got shit. So you argue over who's invited to a cookout. Guess what? Mostly these Negroes don't even like to be around other people.
That's true.
Hello, go to a cookout. Because you did the electric slide at the Obama Center, you think that you have a culture. That replaces the thing that you don't have. Yeah, like, these arguments only happen because there's nothing else.
But brother, the reason why I was so taken aback, but she has things. That's the reason why I was so taken aback. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do expect people who don't have shit. Oh, okay, wait. Let me bring it back. That person has a lot of cultural capital. She has social capital. She has a really big platform. So I just don't understand.
Who's reading the 1619 Project still? Is there during Juneteenth, who went to any of the resources that the 1619 Project has and read them for themselves? Read them with the child or little ones. This is all performative. In a time when people are upset because schools removed books from the school library, and we pretended as if those books that people never read are somehow erased out of memory and history, right? I think some of this is I think this is performative. I think this is a way of doing something. It feels like doing something without doing anything. As social media gives, and I include myself in that. Social media gives us the feeling like we're doing something, because shit is a lot harder to do. It's a lot harder. I don't know. I just because why would you care about this? If people are celebrating Juneteenth and acknowledging, sort of, talking about, the enslavement, liberation, people are arguing over whose date, or who can celebrate it. Like that is a complete, to me, just my opinion. Nobody has to agree. I don't know anything about anything. It just seems to be so disingenuous. Everybody is playing sort of a part in a soap opera, and at some point you're just like, where is this going? To what end? There is no end, and there's no goal. There's no goal. There's no vision. It's not like people are setting up and calling for, I don't know, the creation of new institutions, or people are passing, like people are arguing over who can celebrate. Oh, it just seems it's all fake.
Yeah, super strange. Threads is the new Twitter. I've been getting back on Threads, and they have a lot of good drama there.
As you can come up and please give your opinion. You don't. The wonderful thing about the stage and the space is you don't have to agree. If you would like to say something, if we're saying nothing, if I'm saying nothing, please enlighten us. Say something.
Is this wholesome?
Yes. Because what I could say is very different.
Well, let's not talk about that. We don't have to talk about what you could.
Inviting people on stage to share their opinion,
well,
is wholesome.
Well, I mean, it depends on if you're going to put them in a trick bag liquor.
Oh no, I don't have any. No, I don't have any.
You don't have any trick bag.
Listen. I said what I believe, and people
got a lot of pushback.
And I'm encouraging people to push back and share what they think. They don't have to agree, but I just saying other people saying nothing doesn't really add to anything.
Well, see, Brittany said more about nothing and then added S. So there's some extra stuff for you there.
Oh, there you go.
That was enlightening.
I don't know. I agree with you. I think they're more invested in being performative than the meaning of well, maybe not the meaning, but the historical the history of Juneteenth. By the way, that wasn't the only form of Jubilee, but that's another discussion.
But that is the discussion, Cherry, because I think one of the things that you just said is where I land on it, is that like a lot of people don't care about the history. A lot of people don't care or know about all of the other or different Jubilees or all of the other or different Emancipation Days. Even in the state where it comes from, people celebrate the day. Like growing up, the parades are different. How it's celebrated in Galveston and Houston is not the same as how it will look in the middle of the country with Black people in East Texas or in Dallas and Fort Worth. There are a lot of people who are taking up the banner of the holiday to push people out. And it's all just to have the diaspora wars on the internet, which is why I said earlier, people just need to take the day. I understand this idea of it's telling people what to do or how to celebrate, but with all holidays, I don't think that there needs to be this big, ginormous fight or need to I don't know, have a weird sort of specialness about the holiday, wherein now everybody has a battering ram to feel important or special. I've given up the ghost. It's a day off. Like, I don't understand why everybody wants to be entrenched in, oh, but if you're not this, you can't, oh, but if you're this, yeah.
I mean,
just enjoy your day, babe.
I'm using Juneteenth as an example, but really, I'm interested in why are upperly mobile blacks not doing ADOS stuff. I mean, honestly, like,
that
I actually kind of understand. I understand how the FBA ADOS rhetoric, like, picks up amongst a subset of black folks. I'm interested in how that has traveled. I'm interested in how
those upwardly mobile Negroes. Now, I have a follow-up question for you, though, Kimberly. Are you noticing this a lot with, like, is it regional, where you might see it more given some of the, like, things you see in social media, or is it just across the board everywhere?
That's a good question. I have to think about it more.
Because that's also one of the difference in, to me, for a lot of these things, like, some of it is, like, regionally speaking, and then other parts of, or other things to me is, oh, y'all are all in big blue states, and y'all all feel a kind of way about each other, and so now y'all are coming on the internet like y'all done since y'all were 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and now y'all are beefing with each other on the internet because you're mad because you went to that party last week and they cut off Waka Flocka Flame, and you were ready to talk about how he was one hood ass nigga to put on what's that Nigerian young man that they like so much who does Shayo? They put that on.
Wizkid or
Afro Beats. What is his name?
Davido or.
That one of them is not the one I was thinking of, but, like, yeah, they cut your Waka Flocka Flame to put on DeVito, and now you're upset, and now you want to get on the internet and gangbang with everybody. You upset because your African boyfriend or your African girlfriend, your Caribbean girlfriend or boyfriend dumped you, and now you want to come on the internet and talk shit.
I think they don't know how to dance to it, and that's what really pisses them off.
I think this is. I don't want to be too Marxist. I think this is economic anxiety. I've just come to a conclusion. I think a lot of this is economic anxiety. Not for the 1619 woman. That's a different thing. But I do think I'm seeing more people who I'm surprised by. I think everybody's just worried about their 401ks. Everybody's worried about the future.
Well, but this always happens, and that's, I mean, to me, that is what the ADOS started off as. You know, it's like mapping white politics onto us. You know what I mean? It's like being afraid of the immigrant, saying they stealing their jobs, you know, and all of these other things. Because as far as I remember, as Black people, it doesn't matter where a person is from. If somebody comes at you wrong, you checking them. And I'm trying to figure out how that's no longer on the script, and instead we cry and tell so-and-so and include other people into something that you're supposed to handle on your own and stand on 10. To me, it's like it's a weakness that I guess it's the anxiety dressed up as, you know, them, you know, trying to be, you know, take charge and be leaders, but they can't. You know what I mean? Because they don't really know how to keep community. They may be able to get people to rally around for a minute, but they can't maintain community. It fractures constantly. But I think that's what those organizations started as as a result of economic anxiety. And adopting the talking point of xenophobic white people. But those people aren't talking about the South Africans who are coming here and becoming a part of whiteness here. They are trying to get us, though, to separate and fracture, but they don't want that for themselves. Because when we're weaker, we're easier to take. It's easy for you to take advantage of us if we're weaker. It just is, and that's what America runs on. Dunking on black people. That's what it. America runs on dunking on black people. And the easier you make it, is the better for them.
I just don't. I think people don't want to be black. And or they do, they want it. They want it aesthetically.
No. I think you're there. There is something about.
I'm not saying that's for everybody. I just think there's a significant group of people who just don't want to be black.
Yeah.
They, that's, there's something that I think people think is mythical about identity. That it's like we have fallen into the trap of, we just, this sort of mystical group, and we have these mystical powers, and we just see it in the ancestors, and we just always on beat. We have these aphorisms. We have these platitudes. We have these sayings that we have internalized, and we believe that they're that if we just say them over and over, that is the work. And then we somehow don't want to do the work. I mean, the truth of the matter is, culture, ethnicity, ideology, identity are, it takes work. If you want a collectivity, it takes work. If you want an identity, a collective identity, that takes work. And, again, I go back to what institutions, what things are we producing? Are we creating? Are we upholding? Are we uplifting that help do those things? If there are issues, if we see that there are issues around, Black folk who are coming here to this country, that's a concern. And you see that there's some tensions. Okay, what do we do about it? Well, let's just complain about them, blame the immigrant, wish them not here, say they're, aspiring to whiteness, and because that's the way forward. Either people want the thing or they don't, but it just seems like people want, they want a collectivity of things that sort of connect to the identity without actually having to do the work of bonding people and getting people to connect with one another, right? Actual connection, and and reinforcing sort of the belief that we are a group that is experiencing a set of realities that only together can we come out of. I don't think people want that. People don't really want that.
No, actually, this was so good and clarifying. Yes, people like blackness as a vibe. They want the vapors of blackness. but they also want to completely eliminate any conversation about struggle, collective struggle, individual struggle. These are also a lot of the, I don't want to see any Black trauma people. But then on Juneteenth, they want to gatekeep and say, y'all better not play any Caribbean music at the cookout. That's interesting because I wanted to write under somebody like, you don't even study Black people. You don't know any Black history. You hate old Black people. You know, you talk about them like they're dogs. You know, but no, you want to have a conversation about, Black as a vibe. That's what, not the accent coming out. Black as a vibe.
Come on, country girl.
Are these the same people who like to say, we are not our ancestors?
I don't. Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes. The same ones who will say that and act like they can withstand Jim Crow version 2 in the future, but crash out and cry when the Wi-Fi goes down and Twitter is down for more than 20 minutes. Yes, those are the exact same people.
Yes, the same people who will tell you that Black Christians are gullible and have been completely, sold into what is it? Brick called trick bag. Am I using that right?
Yes.
But will then say that our lives are inextricably linked to the people in Palestine, right? Will tell us that Palestine, that the Palestinian people are directly connected to the lives of Black people and then denigrate the Black people that live here.
Oh.
Because they're Christian. It's those people.
Brother Messi, let's stay right there, though. Stay right there. Because it's not even just the Christianity. Remember a few days ago about how you Southerners are what? Those same people who think the same people who denigrate Black people and older Black people at that. Let's talk about, because it's the Black Christians, but they also have that same vim for the old Black people, and in particular old Black Southerners who they feel like are easily led, but then we'll turn around and say that we are inextricably linked to the people in Palestine, and yet you don't like your Mima.
Sure don't. They surely don't. They don't.
Oh, this is related, but not. Maya put me on to a literal 2-hour-long clip of Mimi and Quinn going back and forth.
That's what we were telling you about the other day. Very glad you saw it. What are your thoughts?
I have nothing. I mean, I'm not in any mess. I have no feelings about Mimi outside of this. It's just crazy. She said, Southern Black people are holding all Black people back, and I'm like, but what are you doing?
Oh.
What are Mimi's contributions to Black progress? I just don't know. Maybe I'm unfamiliar. I'm unfamiliar, and I'm not in it. I don't know. I was just curious.
Well, she got out. Well, because she's in California, and to be in a blue state is to be free. Did you not know? It's to be removed from the servile, docile mindset. It is to be human. It is to be actualized.
Wait, didn't she also say that California Blacks are the real revolutionaries? Didn't she?
Certainly did. and then they all tried to rest on the laurels of the Black Panther Party in effort to say that, like, we fight for our rights. We collect. We are always revolutionaries. We had these movements.
Anyways, we don't have to spend too much time on it, but shout out to Maya for putting me on to that extended exchange.
It was
and
great.
shout out to Quinn. That's a black king right there.
That is an Englishman, please.
Oh.
Yes.
Was it during that exchange that he said somebody didn't have the wherewithal?
Yes.
The wherewithal. Yes, but he had the wherewithal to go toe to toe with Mimi. Yes.
Okay, that's why he's English. Okay, because he kept saying wherewithal like that. Okay, only an Englishman will say some shit like that in a conversation in a back and forth. This game with Sweden is real good. If y'all are watching, it's 1-1. The little black boy with his little twist out scored for Sweden. He was talking a whole bunch of shit. Looked real good doing it.
Did you talk about the hair conversation people are having regarding the World Cup?
Whose hair?
All of the players, somebody took pictures of a lot of these players hugging each other, and you could just see all these dope ass hairstyles. Black players.
A lot of them have some really neat, very nice straight backs. You could tell they got them done just fresh for the competition. I hope some of them have barbers and local connects, because some of them are going to look crazy after a few matches. Brother, check your bedroom. Wow, that other young black man was about to score, but a black man in the box stopped him. It was great. Way to go, Zion. Zion, mad as hell. His jersey looks cute, though. Those dragons on there.
Wow.
Anyhow.
Brother.
Listen, you just hear my stream of conscious thoughts, but you were over there doing laundry, and we all heard it.
No. This was not about you. I promise.
It was about me. I had sent him something.
No, not at all. That was directly at your mom. I appreciate your if I had something for you, I'd just come to you.
Well, I mean, it's still the daytime laws. Wait, did you see in the chat when Mel asked about pinging Ashton to the room because we need to hear the nighttime laws regarding playing Appiano and Afro beats out of Jonesy? Mel has to be stopped for that.
You gotta be careful.
Okay, we need the person who knows nighttime laws to let us know what the city ordinance are for that.
Oh my God.
The nighttime laws.
What? You don't want to know?
No.
Yeah, you just studied that either. Yeah.
Should I share that with Hurricane Brian?
Yeah. Those nighttime laws. Oh my God. I'll just say, yeah, you can only share that in the daytime with mama. Nighttime laws, I get in trouble. Nighttime laws, I get in trouble.
I might get shot in something or something.
Yeah, you might get shot. I appreciate the soccer commentary. As someone who was never into soccer, I enjoy. I think with a lot of things, but when especially we're talking about it, they're excited. I can, it's kind of exciting to when you watch it and see it with other folks. That's been true. A lot of different things. Like, okay, I can see this, and then when you see how black, some of these teams, right? You're like, oh, okay. I'm gonna be honest. That's how I got into women's volleyball a long time ago. Now I'm not big into I don't know the name, but during the Olympics, I think I saw Cuba's team. I saw them all black women, just killing it. It was cool to see. I was like, oh, other places, this is not it's not just a white sport. So that was fun.
Yeah, it's about to get real patriotic for me. At 9:00, I hate the person I'm about to become. But it's only gonna be for 2 hours, and then all that fucking pack right back up.
I need you to focus on your voice.
I'm not going outside.
She's not going outside tonight.
Well,
She got work.
I don't know. Does that matter?
Yes, it actually does.
I need you to, make sure there's some lemon, some honey and lemon on deck to soothe that voice.
That long suit was crazy.
Well, let me tell you something. You came out that one day just voiced. I was like, I had to look at the PTR. Like, I couldn't just look at the avatar.
Who was that gremlin on stage?
I had to click on it. I was like, hold on. I got to look at the handle because this is an imposter. I don't know who this person is.
We said, Britt, I don't know who this person speaking is.
Let me tell you something. I'll just say the voice was so deep that Rhombus would have been proud.
Not I had the bass. Super bass. The boom, 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 boom.
No, Britt had the bass.
Oh, yeah, you
was backing up.
See, I mean, y'all, this is what I didn't like, brother. The fact that you gave her a pass on the voice. When I sounded.
No, I did get her.
But I had to be at the Underground Railroad.
Listen, it was. I know the hush puppies was a little too much. I do, and I called you your mama Box Brown. That was good.
Not you repeating your joke. That's insane.
I think that was the spirit. I don't want to take too much credit for that. That was the spirit. Spirit move. It's the vessel. I was the vessel. Oh, see, let me also, stage, see, I can't, that's why, I'm trying to get people on stage because I really don't know.
But we talking about your old ways. See, we talking about your old ways. We not talking about how you have moved into a new life.
I'm trying to, now, let me be clear. I'm trying to be still direct with people, but in a way that isn't, dragging folk. But, Sage, I apologize. I completely misread what you were saying. So that's my fault. I didn't know what I completely misread it.
Can I get a recap of the day? I just noticed the title. What happened? What happened today? Y'all gotta give me a recap. See, when I be coming here, y'all, the room is kind of like
you want to know why the title is what the title is?
Yeah.
In part, and y'all have to keep me honest. We found out, if you look at Hurricane's PTR, they were rediscussing about how Julio now has a show on Jubilee. And we heard some clips. And then next thing I know, I just remember hearing Ben say, I want to debate somebody. We also talked about FD Signifier too. But I just remember hearing Ben say, I want to debate somebody. I have 2 hours before the game. Who want to come up here and debate? I want to debate somebody. And then Christian came in the room, that Republican in the suit. And they were trying to lure him on stage with snacks, but he didn't want to come up. So they even tried the you're a passport bro thing, and that didn't work neither. He didn't come up to defend him flying across the world for Cuda Mama. He just sat there in the goo and then left. But yeah. It was
How much he getting paid? How much he getting paid?
That was not discussed. I don't remember hearing that from anybody. But
I will say, in the clip that we heard, it sounded like a whole bunch of yelling. It sounded like two cats yelling at each other. It was horrible. They were just animated, and it's not like the good kind of animated. It was just real loud and aggressive and all this back and forth. I'm a conservative. I'm a liberal. We're different, but we're here to come together. Like it was.
Can we take a look at the screenshot that is in Hurricane Otis's profile? That is his profile picture. So I'm looking here, and I'm wondering what's happening with this fade.
Well,
your mama please.
It doesn't look like it's blended correctly. Yeah.
Well,
is that S curl in the top? Hello?
He's trying, your mama. He's trying to quit his day job, and that's all that matters. He's trying to leave that day job. Working 9 to 5, trying to stay alive. So yeah, that's it. No debates ended up occurring.
I have a new clip
of Julio and that boy.
It's a promo.
Okay, your mama.
Hey, let me. Okay.
Touching your head again, thinking, "Damn!"
Oh crap! It's hard to freaking play on Instagram. Wait. My Instagram's fucked up. I don't know, man.
Watching, got you scratching your head again, thinking, "Damn, I've rainbaited myself on a Jubilee video again." Well, I got something else that's going to do the same thing to you, or possibly teach you something. You've probably seen me before. I'm Austin Julio Broad, and I'm a Christian populist. And I'm Din Mauricio. Show, we're doing something revolutionary.
Oh yeah, y'all played this. Sorry, this is new to me. I just found out about this. They're doing something revolutionary. Progressive versus a Christian populist. Okay.
Let that man move. What was the place? The place that he was trying to do Christian populism in the country. What was the place? I forget now. That's crazy. I don't even know what a Christian populist is. I don't. This is identity politics. Let's be honest.
What, the I'm conservative versus I'm a liberal thing?
Yeah, no, the added adjectives, the added, monikers to the framing of the show. Christian populace.
Oh yeah. I agree with you on that.
I really don't know what that is. Actually, though, to be honest, to be fair to Julio, he has a radio sounding voice. His cadence, like the way he talks, how quickly he goes, sounds like he should be on radio. That's true.
Yeah, it's really clear to me that Julio grew up studying Michael Baisden and the other old boomer Negroes. He just has that. I just don't know if it works in this environment. I just don't know if it's going to get him. I don't know. My mom would love it. But if this is a show that's looking for a Gen Z audience, I don't know. Oriented towards the platforms, I don't know. But, God bless him.
What kind of advertisers do they have? Jubilee.
Does anybody know?
What was their question again now?
What kind of advertisers do they have?
I don't know. I literally was just thinking about this. How are they making money? It can't just be AdSense. It can't. Do they do events?
Do they do live reads? Do they do? I don't watch it. Do they do like product mentions? Like, I don't know. Kimberly, do platforms still do media kits?
I literally am on their page right now. They do have a media kit on there.
They do.
They do. They have a whole partnerships page. Yeah.
I'm thinking that'll dictate the success of the show. Like its longevity, if they can find advertising partners.
Yeah, it's making me realize I really don't watch Jubilee videos closely because I can't remember seeing advertisements in the videos that I've watched. And I was just thinking, I doubt Julio has representation. I wonder who's negotiating his contracts. Like, I have a lot of questions.
I was thinking about that too. Did he have a rep?
I have questions for him. Does he at least have a lawyer? Like, I don't know.
Is his brand name Dr. Julio?
I think so. I don't know, but I do think they said that he was doing the three names.
Oh, okay.
For the he's doing the three names. And I don't think Doctor is one of them.
You said you think it is?
When you say the
No,
three
I
names, you
no,
mean his
no,
government
it's not.
name? You mean his government name?
Oh, okay. His full government. Okay.
Yeah. In the video, he said Austin, Leo, and then his last name.
Oh, okay.
It sounded like a mouthful. I couldn't figure out why he felt the need to use his middle name.
I think that's the Julio part from at least Clubhouse. It's so synonymous. He just.
Oh, Julio is his middle name?
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's also like what, so he uses Julio on this app and then goes over there. I'm Austin Julio, last name here. it's like a slight continuation of, I guess, what he might have built off of other social media platforms.
Well, why did he use his first name? Why use Austin? Why start with Austin? What was the point of that?
I'm trying to look, he Black American.
Probably a slight rebrand as well.
Oh, okay.
Removing, I'm still Julio, but I'm just not the doctor. I'm Austin.
Well, whatever it is, I hope he's thinking about his trademark branding and all of that. Locking that up in case it does pop.
Well, Johnny, does it sound like you need to slide them in?
No, I'm not interested. Thank you.
I was to help Black folks. That's what I'm saying. No.
I'm sorry, is that wholesome talking?
So she want to
It
keep,
is.
She want to keep a
I'm
Black
trying
man
to help.
down.
See,
She's trying to help Black man elevate.
Yeah, I'm trying to help Black men elevate. I don't understand why is that not wholesome?
You can do that by sharing what I shared with you. Thank you.
I don't have any connection to him. And
neither do I. Why do you think I have one?
I'm a man who sits on this app who pretends to have children, who's ravaged by diabetes with no arms, no legs, who only eats candy. Why would anyone listen to me? Who has a list? What else?
A list. Okay.
And fill in the blank. I'll fill them.
Well, I hope he and David get more chemistry. I also, I was going to say, I was listening when you guys were talking, but I agree that that the exchange I heard wasn't dynamic at all. He barely sounded like himself. He's usually more on the ball. It sounded, did anybody else find it corny?
Yeah. But not in a good way.
It was very corny. I was just like, is this the best you can do? This is not even entertaining to me, but I was thinking maybe it's just me, maybe other people would find it interesting, but it sounded forced. It didn't sound, I expected them to have a more natural back and forth as opposed to something scripted where one would just go after the other. So I don't know how well he does with scripted stuff because he's been more compelling when he's just going off the cuff. That's what I remember.
I immediately think, why only 2 people? I think maybe we needed more of a panel. The feminist in me is, I don't know if 2 men is ideal, and especially not those 2 men, but also maybe you just need more people to be able to go back and forth. That's interesting. But I don't know, we'll see. The first episode is on June 28th. I will watch. I'm just impressed that he, said he was going to do a thing and he did it. That is notable to me, so.
Listen, I agree. I think there are a lot of folks who wanted to, but to do it, regardless of what I think about what he believes and all that stuff. But it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, now I don't think he has any. He don't have. There's no real. It's just marbles in there. It's not really. But that's fine.
Yes, there are a lot of people that have marbles, and if it resonates with people, then it does. And if it doesn't, then But yeah, a lot of folks stopping the idea. So, yeah. I have a friend who lives in DC and works in DC. He left the office about 45 minutes ago. He had to walk through part of the mall, and he said it looks like a Klan rally. That's what he said. He said it looks like people just descended on DC from Mississippi and Alabama, and a lot of the people that he saw look a particular way. He likened it to a Klan rally. I thought that was funny. I think they're here for the Independence Day festivities that are coming up.
I wonder whose military child is that goalie.
Oh, wait.
For Japan?
Yeah.
Nobody's. That's a Ghanaian man. That's a Ghanaian man's work.
Oh.
I think. Wait, let me double check, because I think Zion is Ghanaian, but he might be Nigerian.
Because you know they have
well, I mean, he's mixed.
Because you know that's how, you know, a lot
Yep,
of
Ghanaian dad, Japanese mama.
You know, they sometimes, you know, folks like pretend they mono-ethnic, you know, mono-ethnic over places. I'd be like, who's Klan? They recognize about it.
This game is going to end in a draw, with hopefully Japan coming out as number 2, given the head-to-heads.
Ooh, Bonnet just came in the room. I got to tell her something.
Yep. Japan will be number 2 if everything holds for 7 minutes. Yeah, Zion, get your big ass up.
He don't look like he have a lick of Japanese family. Just going, I ain't gonna hold you. That Ghanaian gene is something else.
Look at that. Oh, okay. I just trying to see it. Okay. I see.
Now they got to defend this corner. Because y'all cannot let the Swedes do this. Y'all will not. Period, Zion. Period.
That goal is Japanese.
Yes. Yeah, it's mama. Period, Zion. Period. Y'all see my nephew? Look at him.
Hi, your nephew. That's his name.
Listen. I be claiming everybody as a kinfolk after a while, okay?
Sweden got a black person?
They have two. I like the one who has the twist out.
Well, the twist. Yeah, that's who I was looking for.
He's the one who scored for Sweden. He was talking a lot of shit. I said, I like that.
Tunis. Oh, they all at the bottom. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe getting their ass beat.
Easy is crazy.
Okay, they let Japan score 4 on them. Let Sweden score 5 on them. Let me go see what the Netherlands did.
They won 3-1.
3?
Yeah, 3-1. They had 1 goal, girl. You know I saw the game.
No. I'm saying all that because, like, Japan had it 4-0. Yeah. Sweden had it 5-1, and Netherlands could only do 3.
Yeah, they had came back. They finally warmed up.
These Europeans, man. Some of these European teams are, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. Where's Roger? The European defender.
Yes, that's what. See, look at what Elena said in the chat about the goalie. That's what I thought. He was born in. I thought it was something U.S. about that man.
Yeah.
Y'all got me thinking I'm crazy.
Zion is one of those who was in like a 3-way situation where he could have played for the U.S. team, but is playing for the Japanese team. It sucks though. We don't really have a good depth at the goalie. We could have used one of these days we're gonna have it all. One of these days we are going to have it all. We went from having a great goalie and pretty good defense to having shit defense and goalies, great offensive capacities. One day we'll have a complete team with all of it.
You know what? They should abolish the MLS.
They need to do something to it.
This is what I'm saying.
Wait, why? Yeah, why?
They should expand the Premier League and bring a team here.
Oh, that's what's up.
Like a few teams here, yeah.
Well, what's crazy about it is that they have they're building all these different academies here. The Premier teams. And not even Premier. I want to say Spain, Real Madrid also is building an academy here. So many of them are building academies here, which I think is just for the best. Take whatever American talent you can get and funnel them over that way, I guess. Because then they can come back home and play for the U.S. team.
Exactly. It's a pipeline.
If this is what it means for me to get great players, go ahead. Because MLS, I'd be going to see what they be doing over there. But my God.
Now, is the money better here?
No, not at all. No, not at all. Not at New York. New York offered Christian Pulisic. Oh, praise God. Japan just won. Anyway, New York offered Christian Pulisic $10 million when I know he's currently probably getting, let me see how much his contract is over in Milan. I would live in Milan.
I just saw him too last guy.
Yeah. So, Christian Pulisic's contract, according to, I'm going to do like y'all like to do, but I'm going to actually just say, according to the AI that pulled sources, including USA Today, it says that Christian Pulisic's contract with AC Milan is valued at approximately 26 million euros over 4 years. And New York is saying 10 million. Like, come on, get out of here. Dollars, USD. Like, get out of here. Not offering no damn money. And the boy is still young and informed. He could still make millions of dollars over there in Europe. With Balogun's first 2 games, they're talking about how that contract with Monaco, they're about to sell him for probably, I think I saw 50 million euros, but they're about to sell him for a whole bunch.
Did we not say sell him?
You're correct. They're going to sell his contract to another team, potentially for like $50 million.
That's like 50 million. Might be able to sell me.
And when I say brother, that's clear. And when I said dollars, I mean euros. But like you're over in Europe making money. The MLS should not be seeing a lot of the top U.S. talent, like the Christian Pulisics, until they are like 35 and want to retire. And so they come home, play for 2 years, and it's real crap, and then they retire. And that's it.
Isn't that what Beckham did? I mean, he's obviously...
Listen, that's what Beckham did. That's what Messi's doing. That's what half the league in Europe does. Latan did it, but then he went right back because he said, actually, I'm not an old fuck. I can still play. And then went right back over to Europe and was in them leagues kicking balls like he never left. Okay. So many Germans are doing it. Started with Bastian Schweinsteiger, and now you have Thomas Mueller over here doing the same thing. That's a Golden Boot winner from a World Cup. English players did it. Antoine Griezmann came over here, a French man who literally won a World Cup in 2018. Now plays for MLS here in the States. Son left Tottenham to come over here. It's too many people who leave European leagues to retire in California or New York, maybe Chicago, depending. No. Van asked about this the other day, but some people can do like what Ronaldo and Neymar did and take your ass over to Saudi Arabia. Get you a multi-million-dollar check.
When did the women play?
That's a good question. When do they play?
I think the next one is next year, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so alternating years. Okay.
Yeah, they last played in 2023.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't the Olympics next year?
No, soccer has nothing to do with FIFA. Soccer doesn't. The FIFA
I
World
thought
Cup
the Olympics will be till
28. Yeah, it's 28.
Okay. Well, I mean, because soccer is also.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Okay.
This is the FIFA World Cup. It's not having nothing to do with the U.S.
I know, but I'm the question I have are the same players going to play in both FIFA and the Olympics. That's what I'm asking. It depends on the country and like the players. Some countries might use their younger players, or like if your World Cup is your A team, you might use your B team to play at the Olympics. Maybe some of your stars want to go to the Olympics, so they go. Some of your stars might not want to go because they want to, continue on with where they are at their club and get back into form ahead of the season. So it all depends. Okay, got it.
Okay, I got a question. There is a right answer. I don't care about the right answer. Well-being, one word or two.
What do you say?
Now, Ben can answer. Anybody else can. Ben can answer. Big brother, maybe I should make you answer because this is you know the answer to this. Well-being, one word or two. Nobody. Y'all Google it. It's just stupid, but whatever.
It's one word, right? That's how I've seen it.
Is it?
That's how I've seen it.
Was that accurate?
I don't know. They were like professional publications. It wasn't like a impersonal where I've seen it.
It was what?
It wasn't like a personal writing. They're professional writings, like when they talk about outcomes. In the space that I work, like health outcomes and things like that, I've seen well-being as one word.
So technically, in the U.S., it should be two words hyphenated. There's a British version that is one whole word, but it is becoming conflated, and it irks me every time I see the one word by someone who doesn't know. So this irks me. I've corrected it 3 times. I'm like, you're not British. Sorry. We do two words hyphenated. Yeah. I don't think it's a hard and fast rule, but it kind of irks me like when people write antitrust with a hyphen.
Oh,
But I thought antitrust is one word. Is that not true?
Yes.
Oh, well-being is two. Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, it's like some people write antitrust as anti-hyphen.
Oh no. Like I'm anti.
Yes, because that's during I guess the Gilded Age. I guess that would be considered the Gilded Age. When they started to debate the Trust Busters, when they started doing the Trust Busters, and Ida Tarbell, when she started writing about the Standard Oil Trust, she wrote anti-trust. when people write it, I think one word now. I mean, and sometimes we laugh at people when they write it too, like anti-trust. We laugh.
If somebody said antitrust, I would be very upset.
They said antitrust?
Yeah, instead of antitrust. Referring to laws.
I don't know how I said.
Anyway, I was just correcting somebody's writing, and I said no. So I put a link to tell them never to write this again. And if y'all want to talk about well-being, why don't y'all just say human flourishing? That's better. Let's not talk about people's well-being. Let's talk about human flourishing. Let's do that.
Wait, on the British spelling thing, do you get annoyed or are you cool with like neighbor with a U?
Oh, I don't care about that kind of stuff. Like organization with an S. I don't care about that. Like that, I'm cool. I'm cool with it. I'm just like,
yeah, same.
I think people just don't know. I just think people don't know. Just, yeah. I don't think like if you writing something to be published in the U.S., I don't think you should be writing with a neighbor with a U or organization with an S. Yeah,
I agree. I agree with that. But if I have my like phone to UK settings, that may pop up, and I'm fine with that because it's just a text.
Yeah. Brent, what time does the game come on?
Hold on 1 second. The game will come on at
9:30.
Well, for me, it's going to be 9 o'clock. For y'all, it should be 10.
It say right here 9:30. This is confusing.
Let me double check, honey, because if I don't remember hearing nothing about no damn 30. Yeah, no, it's 10 o'clock Eastern, because it's even on the
9:30 here.
Oh, okay. Well, see, they're lying to you because on the official lineup roster from the U.S. Men's National Soccer Team, where they
what just flashed on Telemundo was 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah, that's just public.
That's what flashed. That's why I was asking.
Wait, 9:30 Eastern when it's supposed to be 10. That's 30 minutes ahead of schedule.
That's just
maybe they start looking at them.
Yeah. That would be coverage. So it does start at 10 o'clock Eastern. That would be nice for you, Brother Messi.
Lord have mercy.
And the roster, y'all are not going. Well, y'all are going to see Timothy, and I love Timothy, so there's that. And y'all are also going to see Weston, so there's that.
Why is Beaver in the chat? Somebody, y'all better be. Y'all better.
What is Beaver doing?
Y'all better play my
10 Eastern covered. Well, you know. Lord bless it. You don't know what he's doing.
All day. Let me just tell y'all. All day I deal with that. All day. Sometimes in the nighttime I don't want to deal with that.
Oh God.
Oh, Spiritus, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Fabulous. I need to double check their roster, but there is a young man on the Turkey team who everybody's been going up for because they think that he's so attractive. He's made all of the attractive soccer player lists. So
I'll be the judge of that. Okay.
Exactly. So that's one thing to look out for, and then you'll see Timothy, and so there's that.
Oh, thank you for that heads up. Episode 10, in case you're wondering.
Oh, praise God. You will be up to date by this weekend. Oh, I can't wait.
Yes. Gay Gay Pride weekend aside, I will be caught up. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Watching the Polygamist.
No, he watching Love Island. He's a gay. But this is
That clarification wasn't said.
I needed it. It took me out. I'm so sorry for laughing.
That's a lot of that was extra, to be honest.
well, I mean, from one another. How about that?
I just think the white boy is bulimic because the first episode, I thought he had a decent body, shriveling away by episode 10.
Well, I mean, you also have to remember they for all of them get put on a fake ass crash diet, and so because they're not eating like that, they all like lose a whole bunch of weight on that damn show as time goes on.
I need to get on that show.
Wait.
I mean, Scotty, you can just get some GLP-1. What's going on?
That's true. I'm too lazy.
Yeah. Go ahead and get you a Wegovy. What's you call it? Wegovy pill. Is it Wegovy? Yeah.
I'm not lying.
Wegovy pill.
I'm not lying. I had eyes, and I see what's happening here. So I don't know. That's another.
Wait, I'm not talking about no side effects. No, I'm just saying to you. You said.
Oh yeah.
That
No,
you need the diet. Okay, yeah. And I know you're gay, so I'm pretty sure you already had the Wegovy before it was out. So anyway, go ahead.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm also Gen X too. So.
What does that mean? You got Botox? That's what that means? What happened? What's going on?
Who said that? Who's spreading lies?
You got Botox, Spiritus. You got Botox. Oh, you got
Who is spreading lies on this damn dirty filthy?
I have lip fillers. Did you know that?
All I'm saying, you know what? I'm not saying anything.
Okay. I got lip fillers. You know what kind of lip fillers I got? Hello?
I don't know what lip fillers are.
Oh, you don't want to fall for it. Okay, I got you.
You know, I'm in New York, I'm metropolitan.
Yeah, it was a trap because I was gonna say he was gonna say, "Oh, girl, what kind of lip fillers you got?" And I was like, "Negro ones."
Oh. I don't even know what the names of lip fillers are. I'm not that dialed in yet. But also I don't need them. So thank you.
Man, that's insane.
Brett, are you there real quick? Brett?
Yes.
Yeah. Why does that guy talk like that? What was that guy doing?
Which one?
The guy, really tall guy.
You're talking about Caleb? I mean, Corbin. You're talking about Corbin.
I think Corbin, right?
Mm-hmm. The one who's real tall. He's 6'4", 224 pounds.
He sure is. He reminds us of that too.
He's ChatGPT. He's Corbin AI. Okay. He talks like that because that's how the computer processes.
He's like an action figure.
Corbin Corbin's special, okay? Corbin's special. I can't say too much positive about the boy, but I can't say too much negative neither. He just there.
Have y'all seen the Poly Market ad? The ad is out now.
I've seen the Calci ads every time.
I'm not. I said Poly Market.
Oh, okay. No, so, I thought it was all one.
I had to double check on their page, on their Twitter. It's the one with what's his face? Who's that music producer?
No, it is not.
Well, I'm
gonna put it in the chat for everyone. 1 second.
They have one with him there. And Future. see their soccer ad.
Yo, Britt, are you there?
I'm here.
Can you hear me? Okay, I gotta ask something.
No, we're not doing this tonight, Jordy. Y'all gonna have to open your own private. No, no, we not doing this tonight. No.
What are we doing?
Watch what's gonna happen. Y'all watch in 5 minutes. Go ahead, Jordy. You got it. Go.
He thought he was 23.
Oh yeah, okay. He's 20. He's 33. He's 33, but thought he was playing like he was 23. Gotcha.
Yeah. But I did go to a gym class full of grannies, and let's just say that's why.
Sorry, a gym full of what? Grannies. Oh.
Yeah.
Boy.
And
oh Lord, let me say something. That G and R sounded like something else.
Yeah.
I was like,
I knew it wouldn't take you 2 days to go back to being who you are. Why did you need to clarify that step?
I just got that, bro. I knew that's not what you said, but that's why I had to clarify because I was like, no, that's not.
Tell me more. Tell me. You can't help yourself. Same old person. Same old.
No, the fact that y'all are committed to me not being wholesome is insane.
Listen, I ain't committed to shit. You're just who you are. Just accept it. You are a messy human being. There's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, no, he's not.
Okay. How about this? He's a wholesome, messy human being. Does that work for you, your mama?
I think he just...
Because I'm not leaving out the messy part of it.
Okay, well, I think that's a persona he uses for the app. I don't think he's really messy.
You know what's funny?
He used to be so wholesome, though, and then he started trolling.
Then should we just call him Trollsome? Because someone tried that.
Oh, yeah. Trollsome would be good.
Okay, I'm happy to call him Trollsome. He's still a little bit messy, though.
I do like Brother Messy, though. That's a very good name.
You know, I left out something. It hit me last night. One of the things, when I'm overwhelmed trying to solve a problem at work, and this is very weird, and I've maybe for some reason my brain is fried. I think back at conversations on this app, and then, ideas start flowing just naturally. And you know how they were listing out the individuals you had to talk to in order to see if you can sustain it enough, in order to prove if you're actually going to go back to being messy or not. There was one thing that was left out. Do you remember? Not an individual, but something, a conversational topic that was left out. Brother, do you know what I'm thinking about right at this moment? Because we listed Norm, we listed a whole bunch of names and all that. We listed a series of topics, but there was one thing that wasn't mentioned at all.
What?
Spearless and the chicken.
No,
that's between us. It is between y'all. But the rest of the room.
No, he's saying I can't bring that up because it's not.
Brother, look in the chat. Hurricane, can you change your picture? Because I can't. Every time I look at it, I can't see which eye's looking at me.
See, that's what I love. Brother Roger, let me tell you something. I don't care what you say. That man got a Dojan from Mississippi and Alabama in the blood. Y'all can't tell me otherwise.
Well, I just want to say, brother, that in a world that rewards outrage, indecency, cynicism, etc., you are a breath of fresh air, and you are needed. Your decency, your quiet power, all of that is needed at this moment in this space. God bless. Your mama. Did this dude just sound like a politician to you? You've been around politicians enough to be able to tell.
No.
When someone seems like he's been practicing a stump speech. I was digging deep on that one between work emails. Thank you.
Nope.
Not the cynicism line. Anyway, your team did good, your mama, yesterday. You guys got a good win.
I was worried for 1 minute.
Yeah, and they were going to win that game. But, Haiti did what they could at the end of the day. There are some things that you're good at, and there are some things that it's just not a thing, and someday, hopefully, they might be able to have a good team and all that. I heard the Germany game was really good. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch any games today. I was really busy, so I haven't. So I'm definitely going to put any work-related stuff aside so I can at least enjoy the US game, regardless of what the outcome is going to be.
Still here, fire. Still celebrating.
Wait, what happened in Venezuela with the earthquakes? Oh my God, I'm just catching up. Arch.
What did you just say?
The earthquakes in Venezuela?
Oh, that's not the only place. It's basically been like a whole circle of earthquake. But yes, they had
Brother Trent. Welcome.
Wow. Wow.